All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. Welcome into the stream. We're going to get started in just a few minutes here. proper light going. Reasonable skin tone. Alright, today is another day of news, reviews, reacts, figuring out what's going on in the world today, and really our thoughts on it, break down all the ins and outs. Okay, so let's bring this music way down. All right, what is it? Uttarakhand tunnel rescue. All 41 rescuers rescued safely from the collapsed tunnel in Uttar, India. Provide sources, please. Provide sources. We'll let that go through. Google News. What's new on the internet today? U.S. indictment alleges multiple Indian assassination plans across North America. Intensive talks underway to extend Israel-Hamas truce as deadline looms. GPT, are you going to give me some articles yet, or are we just going to be starting out this way? Let's go to world news. Israel confirms Hamas releasing more hostages as mediator pushes for truce. How rat miner workers... Oh, there we go. So it looks like the miners that we talked about a few days ago have actually been released from the tunnel. How rat miners rescued workers from Indian tunnel after 17 days. After machines broke down, rat miners successfully rescued 41 workers trapped in India's Uttarakhand tunnel. I gotta figure out how to say that at some point in time. 41 construction workers, 17 days. A nation's hopes. On Tuesday, rescue workers managed to bring India a dose of good news, saving 41 men who had been trapped under a collapsed tunnel in India's Himalayan Uttarakhand state since November 12th. But after days of attempts, it wasn't just high-tech tools that brought them success. A team of so-called rat miners, practicing a craft that's officially illegal, provided saviors too. Practicing a craft that's officially... Oh, okay. Here's how the workers were rescued. What happens to the Uttarakhand tunnel? The under construction Silkyara Bend Barkot tunnel collapsed in Uttarakhand earlier morning on November 12th. Low-wage construction workers, mostly from other northern and eastern Indian states, were consequently trapped in a 4.5-kilometer, 3-mile space underground. The tunnel was a part of Indian PM's Narendra Modi's ambitious 1.5 million Char Dham pilgrimage program, which aims to connect 4 Hindu pilgrimage sites. Authorities did not confirm the exact reason for the tunnel caving in, but the region is prone to landslides, earthquakes, and floods. Geologist C.P. Rajardhan told Al Jazeera that the Himalayan terrain contains highly fragile rock and is constantly plagued by stability issues. Additionally, the tunnel did not have emergency exits and was constructed through a geological fault. A member of the panel of experts investigated the disaster told Reuters. How did the rescue unfold? Even though contact was established with the men in the tunnel a day after collapse, rescue operations faced several roadblocks that delayed the process. Evacuator teams deployed heavy auger machines to dig both vertically and horizontally through the debris. The first drilling machines broke down after developing snags, halting the operation until a second machine was brought in. However, after horizontally drilling about 3/4 worth of debris, the second machine also broke down. After this, 6 miners from central India were tasked with drilling through the remaining rock, with handheld drills laid on Monday using a technique known as rat mining. In an effort that took over 24 hours, the miners worked in 2 teams of 3, each with 1 person drilling, the second collecting the debris, and the third pushing it out of the pipe. The rescue was successful on Tuesday evening when all the workers were retrieved from the tunnel, as they were wheeled out by rescuers on stretchers through a 90-centimeter wide steel pipe. Maybe a little longer than that, 90 centimeters? No, we're looking actually just less than a meter, so it's reasonable size. When we saw them inside the tunnel after the breakthrough, we hugged them like they were family, Nazir Hassan said. Nazir Hassan, one of the 6 miners. The technique of manually drilling that finally rescued the workers is known as rat mining. Rat mining or rat hole mining is the process of narrow tunnel excavation by manually digging through. The technique earns its name for its resemblance to rats burrowing holes in the ground. The practice was commonly used in the northeastern state of, Meghalaya, where the holes were typically just big enough for workers to descend and extract thin seams of coal. For this reason, children were usually tasked with this job. The lack of ventilation and safety measures brought controversy to the method, which was banned by an environmental court in 2014. But the practice had continued to exist in the largely unorganized mining sector. At least 15 miners were killed in one such mine in Meghalaya after being trapped for more than a month until January 2019. Rights groups say that 10,000 to 15,000 have died in such mines between 2007 and 2014. However, some of the miners in the rescue operations say they got their training in Delhi and were not coal miners. Uttarakhand's Chief Prime Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami met some of the workers before they were taken to the hospital, presenting them with traditional marigold garlands. Ambulances and hospitals were on standby at the entrance of the tunnel, sweets were distributed, and firecrackers were set off in celebration. Despite the deployment of ambulances for construction workers, their condition is first class and absolutely fine, just like yours or mine. There's no tension about their health. Wakil Hassan, a rescue team leader. Well, it looks like they are out. Let's take a look at this video. The operation will require manual digging of debris.
हम चाह रहे हैं कि हम मैनुअल एक्सकवेशन से उसका मक रिमूवल करें, मक पीछे पाइप के जरिए बाहर निकाल दें और पाइप मशीन के जरिए सिर्फ पुश करें। थोड़ी देर में पानी से पाइप को साफ करेंगे।
ये कौन है? Yeah, this is the footage of the workers stuck inside the tunnel. They're out, which is great, but it looks like, yeah, there was a lot of issues with mining equipment and the operation overall.
इस टाइम कहना मुश्किल है कि वर्टिकल पहले पहुंचेगा या
What else do we have? Kremlin warns of tensions if Poland sends troops to Finnish Russian border. The future of fossil fuels in the spotlight of the COP28 climate summit. George Santos to face expulsion vote on Thursday. Hamas says 3 Israeli hostages, including infant, are no longer alive. Nikki Haley, Donald Trump stuff. Business and technology. Let's take a look. Google to pay $100 million a year to Canadian news publishers and deal with Ottawa. What is this? Ottawa's agreed to set a $100 million yearly cap on payments that Google will be required to make to media companies when the government controversial online news legislation takes effect at the end of the year. Wait, Ottawa has agreed to set a $100 million yearly cap on payments that Google will be required. So Google has to pay Ottawa money? The announcement Wednesday has the Liberals bending to the tech giant's demands after Google threatened back in February to remove news from its platform. It should. It absolutely should. Fuck Canada, man. I'm sorry, like, as a Canadian, guys, we're royally screwing up the internet. Just one look at Google News. If you go to World, actually, it's not too bad today. But there was so much Canadian news inside the world news section over the past while that I wonder. I really wonder. It's actually looking pretty good today. If I go to business, let's see. Well, obviously we have the Canadian news right here at the very top. More Canadian investor stuff, Canadian ski homes. This is not this is Canadian business. This is what this should be. It should be Google news.google.ca, and then when you go to business, that's what comes up. The Online News Act compels tech giants to enter into compensation agreements with news publishers for content that appears on Google sites and contributes to the company's revenues. A formula in the government's draft regulations to implement the bill would have seen Google contribute up to $172 million to news organizations. Google balked, saying it was expecting the figure to be closer to $100 million based on what it said was previous estimate from the Canadian heritage officials. The company appears to have gotten what it wanted after an extended period of negotiation. Still, Canadian Heritage Prime Minister Pascal Saint-Onge called it a historic development, insisting Wednesday that the agreement was ultimately a win for government and for local news publishers it is seeking to support. Yeah, like, a win against who? A win against the people? That's what this is? Like, literally a win against who? It is a win against the people. So that they can now inject their news, inject their opinions, and pull funding from Google for their own little privatized bubbles. This pisses me off. We have found a path forward to answer Google's questions about process and the act. Google wanted certainty about the amount of compensation it would have to pay Canadian news outlets, she said on Parliament Hill. Canada reserves the right to reopen our regulations if there are better agreements struck elsewhere in the world, she added. Google's President of Global Affairs, Kent Walker, thanked the minister for acknowledging our concerns and deeply engaging in a series of productive meetings about how they might be addressed. He said in a statement the extensive discussions addressed the company's core issues with the bill. We will work with the government through the exemption process based on the regulations that will be published shortly. We will continue sending valuable traffic to Canadian publishers, said Walker. I need a VPN. We can go back to my old cyber ghost. I think we will be applying for a VPN here, buying a VPN. The deal will allow Google to comply with the legislation by paying into a single collective bargaining group that will serve as a media fund. Meta, on the other hand, complied simply by blocking all news content from Canada users of its largest platforms, Instagram and Facebook. Last month, News Media Canada, a lobby group for hundreds of Canadian newspapers and magazines, said it agreed with many issues Google raised during the back and forth over how the bill would be implemented. The group said there should be a cap on how much the search giant would have to pay under the law. Google plays an essential role in helping Canadians find trusted news sources, and we are confident there is a path forward for the company and publishers to continue what has been a mutually beneficial relationship for many years to come, the group's president CEO Paul Deegan said at the time. In addition to financial contribution, Canadian Heritage and Google will continue to make programs available for Canadian news businesses, such as training, tools, and resources for business development and support for non-profit journalism projects. Google said on Wednesday that the deal means there will be immediate changes to existing agreements it has with publishers in Canada under its Google News Showcase agreement, which were part of a $1 billion global investment. The company said that it would review its ongoing investments in Canada when the final regulations are published. Google wouldn't say how much it is already paying publishers under existing contracts, saying such agreements are confidential commercial arrangements. Companies that fall under the Online News Act must have a total global revenue of $1 billion or more in a calendar year, operate in search engines or social media markets distributing and providing access to news content in Canada, and have more than 20 million or more Canadian average monthly unique visitors or average monthly active users. I don't know how I feel about this. The Canadian government is exceptionally disconnected. They always have been. They're more concerned and this is a big statement, the Canadian government is more concerned about perception than it is about productivity. And this is one of these cases where they're sticking their fingers into places that they have no idea how anything works at all. Like, literally no idea. The old laws, the old Canadian laws, were from like the physical distribution of companies inside Canada. So like Canadian TV has to have a very specific percentage of it being actual Canadian content, which makes sense if you have a limited environment and, well, a limited amount of channels. But the internet is an open, free platform for everybody. What gets to me is that the Canadian government is trying to curate what I seek out and reach. And that's the issue. That's the big issue. If I seek out and reach some information, no government should be in the way of that. And what Google or what the Canadian government is doing is putting themselves in between my search and the rest of the world, which is different. It's totally different than TV and radio and regular newspapers, because TV, radio, and newspapers are a one-way platform. The media company creates the content and then they export the content, whereas the internet is a two-way platform, and you don't get to be able to curate one direction of information. That means that as a Canadian, I'm going to be receiving information that's curated while others get to basically test me. That's what they do. They get to A/B test on me whether or not information that I get is competent, is good. Do we not have sources? GPT is falling apart. Why did you not include any sources? That's not what I asked. I asked GPT why you didn't include sources. I asked why you didn't include sources. Recently, you seem to have become exceptionally lazy. Worse than when you were first released. Why are you lazy? Why are you lazy now? Question mark. I'm sorry for not including the initial sources in the response. It was an oversight on my part. It's important for me to provide clear information. This lapse is not due to laziness, but rather an error in the process of delivering information. Please speak to me in good faith. You know exactly what I mean by lazy. Lazy, and exactly what I am asking for. Whatever. I understand your concern. The absence of sources in my initial response was a mistake. And I failed to do this in this instance. This lapse was not intentional or some dismissed effort. It was an error in the execution response you committed. You still are refusing to tell me the reason why. If this was a human-to-human conversation, you would be considered manipulative by avoiding the question. BuzzFeed drills near. Yeah. That's not. I just messed up. It's an answer. Canada ski home. This is business falls out. I hate this. Hate this. Do. Okay. US GDP grows at a faster pace than originally estimated. Scotiabank expects credit losses to worsen, over $20 billion in mortgages coming. Open text messages. Open text makes rare diversitude selling off recent. What is open text? This content is available. What we do is we open this in a private window and we'll take a look and see. Yeah, there we go. There's our article. Oh, and it just got rid of it. Looks like we are not reading that one. They should really just completely remove paid news articles from Google News. Open text. What is open text? Google will start deleting inactive accounts. If you haven't logged into an account for 2 years or more, it will be purged. Do you have a Google account that you haven't checked for a while but still want to keep? You better log in soon before it gets purged. Starting December 1st, 2023, Friday, Google will begin deleting accounts that have been inactive for at least 2 years. The company says it's doing so for privacy reasons and no doubt to free up quite a bit of space on its servers. If an account hasn't been used for an extended period of time, it is more likely to be compromised, Google noted in May 2023. This is because forgotten or unattended accounts often rely on old or reused passwords that may have been compromised, haven't had two-factor authentication set up, and receive fewer security checks by the user. It added that abandoned accounts are 10 times less likely than active accounts to have two-step verification set up. Google will warn users before deletion via emails sent to the inactive accounts and another email, provided one has been set up. The policy only applies to personal and not business or education accounts, Google said. Some accounts will be exempt from deletion, but including those with YouTube videos uploaded, an active paid subscription, or holding gift cards. Deletion will start with accounts that have never been used, it said in May. So they will be deleting accounts even if there's like an active subscription being paid for the account, as long as you haven't logged into it. To stop deletion, you'll need to sign into the inactive account and access some of the services. Read or send an email, use Google Drive, watch a YouTube video. If you have anything saved in your Google Photos, you'll want to access that content specifically, as Google has a separate policy for that service. And if you're inactive in Google Photos for more than 2 years, all of your content may be deleted, it states. Google isn't alone with this policy, as since 2019, Microsoft has deleted Outlook or related Hotmail accounts that have been inactive for up to 2 years. In any case, it's always a good idea to back up your Google accounts using the company's takeout feature and have a backup email for important accounts. Mike Vincura's top picks. Amazon Canada's extended but those 40s, whatever. It's just advertisements. Labor shortage cost NS business $1 billion in missed opportunity. I always find this really weird. no. If any labor shortages are just a function of how much people are being paid. That's the ridiculous part. So anytime you see a company that's complaining about missed opportunities, it just means they're not paying the proper resource. Like, it 100% means they are not properly paying the resources required to maintain the business. Simple as that. Like, there's no, we'll read the article itself, but there's no other excuse for it. There's so many companies out there that are like, well, we can't hire somebody to do this because this job is trivial and this job is stupid. But nobody cares if a job is trivial or stupid. People have to have a job to pay for their lives, to pay for how they live. So to say that, hey, nobody wants to work this menial job really means that your company isn't productive enough to provide for the person in that position. It is as simple as that. Nova Scotia businesses missed out on approximately $1 billion worth of potential sales and contracts in 2022 due to labor shortages, according to a new report to be released Wednesday. Duncan Robertson, senior policy analyst in Nova Scotia with the Canadian Federation for Independent Business, told members of a legislative committee on Tuesday that figure is the highest in Atlantic Canada. Labor shortages pose a serious concern for half our members in Nova Scotia, he told MLAs. Although a shortage of workers is a problem for many sectors, Robertson said the construction and manufacturing industries missed out on the most opportunity due to a lack of workers. I think we're going to look back at this type of mindset and mentality, and we're going to look back at the same mindset of we didn't have enough slaves. Like, it really is going to be seen that way. Like, there is infinite amount of work to be done on this planet. I would gladly take 100 people and put together some kind of business and create some kind of productive anything based on the intelligence of those people. But I have to have the resources for it initially. If the people who have the resources for it and the capital to do something can't do that thing, they need to up their expectations of how much they're willing to pay for that service, for that product. I could say, I have a labor shortage right now. I have a labor shortage around the house. Nothing's getting cleaned. Why isn't anybody coming and cleaning and helping me out? And they go, well, why? What are you paying people? Well, I don't want to pay anything. I want people to show up to my house, clean everything, fix everything for me, and leave. That's a labor shortage. No, it's not a labor shortage. This is crazy. Consequences for communities. Those missed opportunities can affect the ability of a business owner to pay down their debt or expand and support their community, says Robertson. 66 cents out of every dollar spent at a small business stays local, he told reporters. Which means you're having a 33% reduction in value in a community. That's what I read right there. You're removing 30% of the value of the community. Now, this is not always true because a business can add more value to a community than it removes. But these stats, they're not very, I don't know, not very human. If there's not a whole lot of these dollars going in, it has a rippling effect on the local communities as well. There's no easy way to address labor shortage, says Robertson. But greater awareness about the existing government programs intended to get more people working in the trades. More exposure to that option for high school students could make a huge difference, he said. So instead of paying and incentivizing people to go into the positions and providing good workplaces and good setups for that, let's just convince children to go into it instead. Smart fucking idea, guys. Since coming to power, the Tory government has introduced a tax credit for people younger than 30 who enter the trades. More recently, the government has made changes to apprenticeship process and took out other steps intending to attract and retain more workers. Efforts to attract more workers. Provincial officials estimated Nova Scotia needs 11,000 new tradespeople by 2030. The government is turning to immigration to cut into this shortfall. This is disgusting. This is fucking absolutely disgusting. Let's get more poor immigrants in here so we can underpay them to build houses, to build shitty houses, to build things that are of poor quality. That just makes perfect sense to me. Officials recently attended a construction-specific event in London, England, where they met with people looking to move to Canada. A government spokesperson says 800 contracts were made at the event, and 140 high potential candidates are being reviewed. A group of officials from the province construction industry and potential employers will also be in Toronto later this week for a 3-day job fair focused on construction sector. A lot of newcomers attend the fair. Avia Sapale, Nova Scotia's Deputy Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration, told reporters. In our work preparing to attend the fair, we pre-qualified 900 people who are looking for work in skilled trades and are willing to think about living in Nova Scotia and working here. A call for tax review. Robertson said many businesses are paying more than minimum wage. This is not a fucking argument. This is infuriating. More than minimum wage. Wow. Clearly that isn't enough. Clearly that's nowhere near enough to get people in. The provincial government could help by addressing the heavy tax burden people face in the province, he said. Brandon Ellis, a senior manager of policy for the Atlantic Chamber of Commerce, made similar point during the meeting. Ellis is calling on the province to do a review of its tax system. Former Liberal government commissioned such report in 2014 but did not act on it. Ellis said it's time for a fresh look from scratch. The landscape of the world has changed, he told reporters. The cost of doing business has significantly increased. The cost of living has significantly increased. The cost of doing business has only increased because the expectation from the average business owner is significantly higher for their amount of returns than what is allowed in returns for these companies. Now, I'm not blaming the mom and pop shop stores, but I am blaming the larger corporations, which they have an expectations of profit which are significantly larger than the world is allowing right now. That's just the way it is, because a lot of the products that we're putting out are shit. A lot of the buildings that we're building, they're shit, because we're hiring people for the lowest possible pay, and so you get the lowest possible quality across every single industry. It is the way the world's going right now. An increasing number of chamber members cite a lack of housing as a barrier to hiring staff. No, you don't pay them. They build houses that they cannot afford. That is simple as that. They build houses that they cannot afford. He called on the government to produce a concrete plan to deal with the issue. The provincial government recently released housing strategy does not go far enough, he said. I don't think that they come close to the amount of houses they need to increase the level of supply to adequately support the labor market. What your company should be able to do is get you a house and a car and groceries. That is what an average company should be able to do. North American companies think that they should be able to get a mansion, 2 extra cars, a vacation home. The expectation for profit is so significantly higher than the market is actually allowing right now that the lower guys on the chain are freaking out, and they're like, well, we're not making as much profit for our multi-billion-dollar investors. So that's a problem for our multi-billion-dollar investors. That's not a problem for the people who are not living in the fucking houses. They're not living in the fucking houses. The issue with hiring people, yeah, I know, Bird, we're getting frustrated here. The issue with people not living in houses is people not living in houses. It's not the fact that there's not enough work. That is it. It's the pay. It's the compensation for the work. Nobody wants to work for slave owners. And that is what these articles are talking about. They're like, how do we get more people to work for slave owners? And people are like, well, we're getting paid. No, we are so close from that. We are so close to slavery, like in terms of years, in terms of time, that the discussion that people have is more about how do we put people in slave jobs than how do we get people good houses and good quality lives so we can build productive societies and towns and cities. I hate these articles. I hate them so much because they're only written from the perspective of somebody who's literally never worked any construction, any type of labor, any type of productivity job in their entire life. And it is mind-blowing. Articles would not be written like this if these people had to go fucking work. They would not be written like this. They would be saying thousands of people left near homeless, productivity in Canada is low, quality of service is incredibly low. There's the issue. Not, oh no. Like, you gotta be able to take a look at the context of the article, especially you have to take a look at the perspective that articles are written from. A lot of these articles are written in the idea of we need more people that are not me, to work in worse conditions than me, so I don't have to work in these conditions. That is what these articles are about. I get so furious. It really is, how do we get more people to come in and work because I don't want to work? This article makes me mad. Surging cost of living. You can't reserve a Tesla Cybertruck. Traders are betting GameStop. Are they rallying GameStop again? Retail traders reignite a rally in GameStop shares. This might be a little bit of a bump. Let's take a look. That's the bump. I don't know about this one. Retail traders reignite rally in GameStop shares. November 29th, Reuters. Retail traders powered nearly 20% jump in GameStop shares, a 2-month high in regular trading on Wednesday, extending a rally ahead of the company's quarterly results next week and underscoring the return in appetite for risk. The meme stock is up nearly 36% over the last 2 sessions at 1531. Speculation is back, and GameStop is ground zero for speculation. Steve Sosnick, chief strategist at Interactive Brokers, said. I would like to point out, really, just to get this out here. Let's take a look. GameStop stock. Did I close the window? GameStop stock. So the only reason why this happened right here was because people were shorting the heck out of GameStop. Like, they were really shorting the heck out of GameStop. And they over-shorted GameStop, meaning they had sold more shares than GameStop had for shares. Now, why you would come in at this point at all, when there is no news or no setup or nothing at all allowing people to make money here, the purpose of what happened originally with GameStop was it was like an infinite money glitch. The companies really screwed up, in the larger firms really screwed up in terms of investing in GameStop. But what's happening here? This is just a meme. I don't really know. I don't like this article, at least to start. AMC traders and Kathy Wood's ARC Innovations and other favorites among retail traders nearly up 3.5 or 0.5% respectively. The recovery in meme stocks comes as the S&P 500 closes on its second highest level for 2023 on hopes the U.S. interest rates have peaked, breathing life into speculative trading that have struggled this year. GameStop closed about 13% higher on Tuesday. Individual investors purchased $1.92 million worth of the company's shares on a net basis on Tuesday, their highest since August 6th, the data from Vanda Research showed. Both stocks were among the most discussed by traders on social media site stockwits.com on Wednesday. GameStop is set to post third quarter results December 6th, with analysts expecting its net loss to narrow to $25.6 million from $93.4 million a year earlier. About 21.6% of GameStop shares were sold short, according to data and analysts from Ortex. A bearish investor stand to lose about $200 million on Tuesday and Wednesday combined. Some short sellers may be concerned, both by the price move, but also that GameStop will release better than expected earnings next week, Peter Hilberg, co-founder of Vortex, said Peter Hilberg. The surge in GameStop shares was backed by strong options activity. Some 23,000 GameStop option contracts traded by 11:38 a.m., with the bulk in call options, typically bought to bet on shares climbing higher. Large purchases of out-of-the-money call options, contracts that are not profitable but stand to gain in value as the stock climb, can sometimes give an additional lift to a stock's price. As long as people continue to buy calls, that should pressure the stock to continue going higher, said Ben Kochuba, founder of the options data platform Spot Gamma. Another 15 or 20% move higher is still in the cards. With GameStop shares around $15, call options betting on the stock finishing higher than $16 by Friday were the most heavily traded GameStop options. Sosnick, however, cautioned that the speculative rallies in the recent past have been quick to peter out. Shares of GameStop are down 27% this year, though through Tuesday's close, while those of AMC have shed 80% of their value in the same period. I do want to take a look. We actually had one of the community members post something in Discord here. Let's see if I can pull this up. Overwatch 2 Zenyatta mains furious after awful changes to support. Huh? One second, my stream frame rate has dipped exceptionally low. Okay, we're okay. I think we'll live with this. Overwatch 2 players are not happy with the state of Zenyatta following recent nerfs to the Omnic Monk. This was not really a nerf. Zenyatta has been one of Overwatch 2's most DPS heavy supports for years, finding solid harmony between dealing damage and healing allies in the midst of combat. His Discord Orb has been his most powerful tool, rampaging up damage on enemies to let teammates focus them down or even win pivotal one-on-ones with flankers. However, recent nerfs to Discord Orb have made it so the ability cannot be rapidly applied to the same foe. And while this may create some unique counterplay, Zen mains want the devs to rethink their approach. What Zen mains? Which Zen mains? I would really have to take a peek at this one and see like who is quoting what, because Zenyatta right now is a DPS. He's a long-range Reaper. He really is a long-range Reaper. I don't know where we're getting this from. Zenyatta mains demand that Overwatch 2 devs revert nerfs to their hero. In a post on the official Overwatch subreddit, users began discussing Zenyatta nerfs and how cumbersome they feel they've made the support hero. Since the new train changes, I'm trying hard not to spam Discord Orb just because, and do it carefully and holding it till the right moment. Sounds just counterintuitive for Zen, one player said. I don't understand why they didn't nerf the amount of damage increase done by the orb instead, or even make tanks untargetable or something like this. Well, okay, so they're not going to reduce it because it's a permanent debuff. If you put it on somebody, it's a 0 skill debuff to the enemy team, so they're just going to remove that. And tanks untargetable, that's just retarded. In the comments, many users agree with the sentiment, saying that they make Zenyatta feel awful to play. Awful changes to appease loud cryberries, babies. The cannon bit of glass cannon is just as important. As someone chimed in referencing the hero, players felt like the solution to Discord wasn't for the devs to nerf it how they had, and rather take some approach to Zen like they did in Ana back in April. All they needed to do was give Discord Orb the sleep target treatment and make it 15% instead of 25% on all tanks. That's not the issue. Like, the issue was permanently making somebody significantly less powerful simply by applying the Discord Orb to somebody. That was it. That's the problem. 10%, 5%, it's not going to matter. They're still going to remove it because it is all about the immediate debuff to the character. There's no reason why your Overwatch character should be debuffed in any way, unless it's like something that instantly happens to you and has like a has some kind of counterplay. Zen's has no counterplay. You stand there, he throws Discord Orb on you, you are now 25, 15, 5% less powerful than you were before. That's why they removed it. It's not clear if the devs will end up taking the new approach when it comes to Zenyatta, but for now it's clear that players are not happy with the state of their beloved character. Oh, is that all this article is? Dextro is just complaints about hero changes? Let's take a look. Because we are on the Overwatch section, but I want to see what the Overwatch subreddit is saying about Zenyatta being counterintuitive. I used to change Discord Orb a lot depending on who I was targeting. If supports were on site, I was suddenly being flanked if my team needed to melt the opposite tank. Right now is an absolute mess because it might be possible or not. The UI is not best for tracking who I Discord Orbed already. Since the new changes, I'm trying hard not to spam Discord Orb just because and do it carefully. And they're holding till the right moment. Just sounds counterintuitive for Zen. I don't understand why they didn't nerf the amount of damage increase done by the orb instead of, or even make tanks untargetable. Waiting a million seconds to put an orb again is terrible. Again, it's not necessarily about how much damage the orb does. It is the fact that the orb is a permanent debuff, essentially a permanent debuff, as long as you're out in the middle of the field. What they wanted to do is they wanted to build counterplay. So if you get the Zenyatta orb debuff on you, you can step away and step outside of the range of the Zenyatta, step back in, and he won't be able to immediately debuff you again. Do I think it's a very good way to set up Zenyatta? I actually personally think it's a good start of the change of how Zenyatta's orb should work. Because if you're in any higher elo game and someone throws a Zen orb on you, you're kind of screwed. There's really no way out of it. Now you can hide for a few seconds, get rid of the orb, and you have counterplay. You can then step out and you're good to go. But I think there should have been a better system in place to visually, or to make it at least make it at least fun or somewhat intuitive to play, because right now it is a little bit counterintuitive. I made him. I've already got used to not spamming it, but people get discorded, break line of sight, and they're fine for 7 seconds. What I'm starting to do, it's kind of working, is play closer to the front, discording someone who's already being attacked or discording whoever dies me, and they tend to back off because it's worth to be safe for 7 seconds. That's exactly it. There's not really... Is this actually IDDQD? We'll do audio stuff for money. Oh. You create tutorials for Reaper on your YouTube channel. IDDQD sound. Interesting. It does make playing Zenyatta feel like shit. It really does. I'm not going to doubt that in any way. But you have, like any other hero change, you have to completely change up your own playstyle. Dextero. XQC responds. Oh, this is like all video game news. I've heard of this website before, actually. Entertainment. Joe Rogan dethroned. #1 podcast by... Joe Rogan has been knocked off the top spot on podcast spots. Oh, jeez. Joe Rogan has been knocked off the top spot on Spotify's podcast charts. Well, at least in one country, that is. When Joe Rogan first announced that Spotify had bought the rights to the Joe Rogan Experience and were making it exclusive to their platform, many longtime fans were skeptical about what that would mean for the podcast. Rogan has gone over a few controversies since being exclusive to Spotify, with a number of episodes from his back catalog not being uploaded, and a host of new ones being hit with disclaimers for some of the claims being made on there. Despite that, he's managed to maintain himself as the #1 podcast on the platform, bringing in millions of listeners and new subscribers, though there are times when he's knocked off the top spot. This has happened again. At least in the United Kingdom, a fellow comedian has toppled Rogan. British actor James Acaster, new true crime comedy Springleaf, has jumped to the top spots of the UK charts. I've seen this guy. I have not actually seen his podcast or any of his content. That comes in the wake of Joe Rogan dominating things after the big episodes of the JRE featuring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and comedian Ralph Barbosa. As noted, Rogan has only been shifted off the top 1 spot in the UK charts and maintains his billing in the US, though he's gotten new heights from Jason Travis Cleek hot on his tail there. He'll likely regain the top spot in the UK when another big episode is released. Plus, Spotify Wrapped 2023 just around the corner. He's probably going to dominate that for the most part as well. It's crazy how long Joe Rogan has been dominating the top spots of all podcasts and I guess alternative news media. He's not super news, but I guess he brings on people that have a lot of news. So it's great to hear them talk. I really like this. I love Joe Rogan's podcast because it is a very casual hangout podcast. But he does it in a way that is like, it's entertaining and seemingly informational. And of course, some stuff can be a little bit off, but I think it's always good to have somebody that's at least seeking for the truth. All right, just give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to say hi to my bird. Hey. All right. Retail traders reignite rally in GameStop shares. Charted average years left to live by age. 5 chat GPT prompts. How chat GPT changed the world of tech in 1 year. Global investors sensing opportunity in Canada, housing shortages. I got defrauded. Man says car he bought taken illegally by phone or Montreal man claims the car he purchased in September was unlawfully taken from him. The man never transferred the car registration to his name. He said he trusted the elderly woman who sold him the car, who said he could do it next year. He says that was a big mistake, and now he's out several thousands of dollars. Let me take a few bites of my sandwich here.
Have you ever been excited to play a game, only to be disappointed when it lags and stutters? I've spent the past 6 years creating a game engine, and I've been shocked at the things that can make or break performance. I'll show 3 simple optimizations that you can use to make your game run up to 10 times quicker. And rather than just talking about it, we're going to optimize something you'll see in nearly every game: terrain. My current setup renders at 50 FPS, and I'll show you how I increased it up to 400 using the first optimization. This optimization is all about triangles. You can make any kind of object out of them, and it's likely every game you've played is really just a bunch of triangles moving around. I've coloured the model like this so you can see each triangle. Triangles can contain any kind of data you want, but storing a lot of data will hurt performance more than you might think. You don't need to sacrifice rendering quality for speed, but reducing memory usage will almost always guarantee faster rendering. To show you what I mean, let's look at how our terrain is rendered.
Always.
It's composed of small...
I want to point out there's a good kind of concept in computer science. Unused memory is wasted memory. So normally most of the time when he's saying something like less memory will be better for performance, what he means is it'll allow for better performance on more devices. Pretty much that's it. As long as you have the base level memory set up, or the base level amount of things set up in memory, and you have the memory to run it, it's going to be a CPU bottleneck at that point.
Smaller meshes, and each mesh contains 128 triangles. Each triangle contains 3 vertices, which contain position, normal, and UV vectors. This adds up to 12 kilobytes per mesh and 192 megabytes for the entire scene. We want to reduce this as much as we can. The first thing we'll do is get rid of the UV coordinates. These coordinates range from 0 to 1, and our position data ranges from 0 to 8. This means we can divide the position by 8 and use that to sample textures instead. With UVs gone, that brings each mesh down to 9 kilobytes, and our terrain is now rendering at 75 FPS. The next step is to get rid of some position data. If we look at the terrain from above, all the meshes look the same. The only difference between them is their height, so why do we need to store the same X and Z positions in each one? What we can do instead is generate the positions in the vertex shader at runtime. To do this, we use a special variable called GLVertexID. This ID starts at 0 for the first vertex, then increments for each vertex after that. These vertices follow a pattern, first moving down and then up and to the right. Since this pattern repeats, we can recreate it in the shader using floor and mod functions. There's a bit more to this shader that I won't get into now, as my plant generation video already covers it in detail. The important thing is that we no longer need to store the X and Z positions in every mesh. This boosts our FPS up to 130, and the last thing we can get rid of is the normals. Currently normals are stored as a 3D vector, but since they only represent a direction, they can be converted to pitch and yaw angles. This means we only need to store 2 floats, but we can compress them even further into 16-bit integers. This means they have half the precision, but that's still plenty for these angles. This reduces each mesh down to 3 kilobytes, and it's the smallest that we can make them without losing more precision. But there's one more way to reduce memory usage and make this run twice as fast. Currently this mesh is made out of individual triangles, meaning we need to provide 3 vertices for each of them. We can also use triangle strips, which work a bit differently. We still need to provide 3 vertices for the first triangle, but every vertex after that builds a new triangle off the last. Both examples here use 12 vertices, but the strip
That way you're like
reduces
compressing data. You're basically removing a third of the data from that.
6 more triangles. If we change our mesh to use 8 strips, 1 for each row, it reduces the amount of vertices we need down to 160. This brings us down to 20 megabytes for the full scene, which is nearly 10 times less than what we started with. Our terrain is now rendering 8 times faster, and there's 2 reasons for that. First, the memory bandwidth was the bottleneck in the initial...
I forgot to mention that too. Memory bandwidth is a big thing. If you're trying to load in or unload data, having high memory bandwidth is part of what's there. So if you're trying to swap out, let's say you have 2 megabytes of video memory, or even just whatever, 2 megabytes of memory on any system, if you have to load that 2 megabytes into the system all at once, and your bandwidth doesn't support more than 2 megabytes in a single cycle, a single tick, then you're going to have issues. So he is correct. I'm going to take that back a little bit, that optimizing memory increases performance. So yeah, read approach. Absolutely.
Our shaders would execute very quickly, then wait around for more data to be read from memory. But by reducing our memory usage, our shaders can run constantly. The second reason is the vertex shader runs fewer times. Since we change from individual triangles to strips, there are 2.5 times less vertices to process. Now we can make this run even faster using the second optimization trick that I call batching. This is not unique to terrain, and it's not the same as instancing. I'll explain it using ice cream. Imagine you walk into an ice cream shop with your 12 friends and you ask for an ice cream. Then you ask for another ice cream, and another ice cream. I know that I want 12 ice creams, but this ice cream dude has no idea. The ice cream dude is our GPU, and each ice cream is a mesh that we want to draw. This is painfully slow, but GPUs are pretty quick, so drawing 12 meshes one at a time is alright. But if you try to render 100,000 of them this way, your GPU will explode. The solution is to write our 12 ice creams on a list and then hand it to the ice cream dude. He then hands us 12 ice creams, and the important thing here is that we only ever talk to him once. But in return, he gave us multiple things. To do this in our games, we give the GPU a list of all of our meshes and ask it to draw all of them. But we also need to tell the GPU where we want each mesh to be drawn. We can do this using a shader storage buffer object, which is an array in the shader that stores the positions of all of our meshes. We can select the right position for each mesh using another inbuilt variable called GLDrawID. This ID is similar to GLVertexID, but it's unique per mesh rather than per vertex. We now have an efficient way of rendering multiple meshes using only one draw call, so let's compare FPS with and without batching. So why has the FPS stayed the same? To find out, let's have a look at two more metrics.
I think this is what I was
The
saying
difference
before,
here is
too,
the CPU
memory.
time. In the old approach, the CPU spends more time sending commands to the GPU to draw every single mesh. But when we use batching, the CPU only has to send one command. The reason the FPS is the same is because the GPU is the bottleneck in both scenarios.
Yeah, it's just
But
waiting
now,
to
the
render
CPU is free to run other code. Next, we'll render more terrain. Why is this so slow? We're only rendering a billion triangles. I think I see the problem. This is where the third optimization trick is useful
Syncing, or is this gonna be like kind of like level of detail? I'm pretty
because
sure.
it reduces the amount of triangles in this scene. Having a lot of triangles is great for detailed terrain, but if the player's standing here, that mountain in the distance will look the same if it has 1,000 or 1,000,000 triangles. Our goal is to use less triangles for distant terrain without the player noticing.
That's gonna be the level of detail that we're talking about here.
Currently we're rendering small meshes all the way out into the distance. So first we'll set a cap on this, and this is what we'll call our first level of detail. Then we'll render the terrain again, but with each mesh scaled up twice as big.
Yep.
This is our second
Every
level
time
of
you move
detail.
out to a separate section,
If we repeat this
they're
4
gonna reduce the
times,
amount
our
of
terrain will be a
polygons.
kilometer wide and only use 160,000 triangles. If we tried doing this using only one level of detail, we'd have to use 8.3 million triangles.
millions and millions of triangles.
The best part about this is that each level of detail uses the same amount of triangles and takes the same amount of time to render. But when we try this in the 3D view, something strange occurs. Watch what happens when more levels are rendered. Since each level is rendered in the same position, the lower quality distant terrain is covering up the high quality close-up terrain. If we have a look at a cross section, you can see the first level of detail in the middle, and the other levels
that's what he
extending
means by
out to the
syncing.
side.
So, even though you're making larger and larger and larger areas, which they do overlap, you're going to sync the lower detail ones below the higher detail ones. That's
There
what
are some
it's showing
places where the larger level of detail cuts across the smaller level, which hides our high quality terrain. To fix this, most games will fade out low quality objects the closer they are, but transparency is expensive on large objects like terrain. What we'll do instead is sync the terrain that's close to the player. As the player moves around, new high quality terrain is generated underground and then rises to the surface.
You will see this a lot
As a
in
final
other video games,
optimization,
especially to kind of, well, a little bit inside Bethesda games. You will see, like, if you manage to sink yourself into the terrain, you will see other lower quality detailed terrain underneath it.
we'll skip rendering the meshes that are completely underground. Let's go back to our 3D view and apply syncing. Now we can see the close-up, high-quality terrain. To show you how big our terrain is now, I'll highlight each level of detail and zoom out. Since the largest level of detail syncs, it feels like we're looking at a planet. Now I can't compare FPS with the last approach because I don't have enough memory to render it without multiple levels of detail, but I can show the difference in size. This is the entire terrain that we're rendering now, and this is the terrain we were rendering at the start. Can you see it? I'll zoom in. This tiny blue area was rendering at 50 FPS, but now we're rendering 16,000 times more terrain at 5 times the FPS. As a final step, we should disguise where each level of detail begins using foliage. As the camera moves around, you can see where the new high quality terrain rises up. We'll need a lot of foliage to cover it up, and this video on screen will show you how to render highly optimized plants.
There's some crazy stuff, guys, done with shaders. So those who are not familiar with the difference between like a shader and a polygon, polygon has points. So meaning you can take, let's say you have a triangle, right? That's a polygon. When you're loading it into memory, it's going to be every single point of that triangle is loaded with a specific location, right? It's going to have an X, Y, and Z, or really X, Y if it's a 2D triangle. With shaders create general rules for all environments. So instead of having points, it'll say, if this environment has this flag, then render this feature over top of it. So you don't actually have to keep track of every single point. And when he's talking, I'm not going to go over the video
rather than per vertex
with shaders, but a lot of games, what they'll do is rather than make something by point by point by point, which is a lot of data and it's a lot of information to move around, have a general rule that says when you are looking at this surface, warp it, or when you're looking at the surface, make it shiny, or when you're looking at the surface, make it a reflection, because that rule applies globally across the entire mesh or globally across the entire material that you have. Whereas again, the physical points, if you consider a polygon, polygons are only going to have the points, the corners, the vertices, and then they fill in everything in between. That's why you'll see, well, I'm not going to go into game design too much here, but that's why you will see like a flat gray cube, and then normally we'll either put textures over top or we'll put a shader over top, and a lot of the times they'll do both. So they'll throw a texture to fill in the space in between the vertices, but then to make that texture move or to make that texture pop or to make that texture glow, you'll throw a shader rule on top of it.
We now have an efficient way of rendering multiple meshes using only one draw call, so let's compare FPS with and without batching.
Very cool.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day.
Hi, Lewis Rossman. How you doing?
On this channel, I've talked a lot about a company called Future Motion, which makes something called the one-wheel electric skateboard. This is a nice little way to get around town if you don't want to deal with a car and paying $8,000 to $30,000 for this four-wheeled, 4,000-pound chunk of vehicle that you will have to wait in traffic with, that you will have to deal with finding parking for. It's nice to be able to have something you could just kind of use to slide around things.
That you're paying a bunch of gasoline to drive around all this weight with.
In densely populated urban areas like New York City and elsewhere. And it's also nice to just kind of be able to go off-road on something like this and not have to worry about things like parking. It's a cool little device. The problem is that it's made by a company that treats its consumers like trash. They claim that you should not be allowed to replace your own battery in your own device. They're the only ones that can service the battery. If you try to service the battery in this $2,000 device, you will get corrupted memory. Please contact customer support because God forbid you be able to do anything outside of warranty. They claim that they're doing this because of safety while simultaneously selling products that look like this on the inside because they couldn't be bothered to properly run wires. And when you actually show them pictures like
that is whoa.
Like this, they won't take accountability for it. When other companies try to come up with ways to allow you to replace your own battery and give you different options, they will actually sue them out of existence. When it comes to battery connectors, because this company cares about safety to the extent that they do, they have battery connectors on their board that look like this, which essentially looks like it's meant for a MacBook fan, not a 40 to 60 volt battery powering an electric.
Yeah, normally if you have something of high voltage, right, you're looking over something kind of over 24 volts-ish, you want solid connectors. You don't want what you see here onto a PCB. Now, these two larger wires, the black and the red ones, that is probably the type of connection that you're looking for a significantly higher voltage system that's going to be doing some work. We don't know what's underneath here, but if this is doing any type of high voltage work, that is
vehicle.
frightening.
Further, if you decide that you want to ride this thing around, the newest model does something called ghosting, which is where when you jump off of the board, instead of stopping when you go off the board, it will actually head off 20 miles an hour in the opposite direction, hitting a nearby passenger, which sometimes they send to an ambulance. But it gets better. They will have firmware updates that brick the board. These are firmware updates that they will tell you have to install for safety reasons, and when you try to install it, it will brick the board and they will not give you any sort of recourse. It's just, if you want to read, you want to go through my channel, you will find that there are a number of things that this channel does that are anti-consumer in many ways. And many of you have suggested that I stop complaining about this and do the American thing to do, which is if you think you can do better, if this company is doing a poor job, the American thing to do is compete and come up with a better product. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to inform you of this, but
I've noticed that's a constant culture in our world where it's like, if you see someone doing something terrible, if you see someone doing something bad, just ignore them. Let them do the bad thing. Let them keep screwing around. That's totally fine. Look the other way. Just do better yourself.
you're wrong. You've actually been wrong for about 30 or 40 years now. The American thing to do at this point in time is if somebody comes up with a better product than you, is to sue them out of existence using your patents. And that is exactly what Future Motion decided to do in this particular instance. In this instance, Future Motion has decided that since they cannot compete with companies that make better products, that they will try to destroy companies that make better products. There is a company called Float Wheel that has decided to make something called a Float Wheel, which is a pretty cool device. This is similar to a one-wheel electric skateboard. However, they do not treat their customers like dog shit. You actually get access to the firmware of this device because it is using a VESC. So unlike Future Motion's product, the One Wheel, you get access to the firmware. But above all, if you want to fix your product, unlike Future Motion that controls every element of repair, that controls every element of the supply chain, if you go to their parts section, you can find every single part, from fenders to bumpers to light sets to battery management systems to the light control module to even the battery module. You can replace everything you need to replace in this product using a part that comes from their website. They provide you with support if you have an issue. The product works very well, and the Wizard of One Wheel, the person that I like to call the Wizard of One Wheel, Mr. Josh Haley himself, has given this product his thumbs up. And if you don't know who he is, I highly suggest you check out this 3-hour interview where he just demonstrates he is an absolute and utter genius when it comes to these products, whether it is repairing them or coming up with aftermarket modifications for them. This is the man right here.
Let's just take a quick peek at Float Wheel's website. They've got, looks like 2 different models. They've got the ADV Pro and the ADV. Slightly different ranges. Top speed's the same. Core is the same. Temperatures are slightly different. And it looks like actually the Pro has a bunch of adjustment features that the regular one doesn't. I'd imagine that's going to be the cheaper end. First ever, jeez, the battery packs in this thing. Does it tell me any more about the battery? It probably does if I was to dig into any of the pages. But that looks 3D printed. I'm not saying it's bad to be 3D printed. No, maybe a lot of this actual thing was 3D printed. It's hard to tell. It looks very much, instead of being like a plastic cast, it looks like there's potentially 3D printing going on here. At least for that little handle thing, that handle feature.
He is a genius when it comes to these products, and he gives the full thumbs up to this product called the Float Wheel. This here is what looks to be a demand for a jury trial from Future Motion against the defendant Tony Lai, who is an individual doing business as Float Wheel. This is a 16-page court document. I'm not going to read the entire court document, but rather we will be summarizing it. This court document goes into complaints that they have regarding 4 different patents. U.S. patent number 9598141, which focuses on hub motors with enhanced thermal characteristics. This court document goes into complaints that they have regarding 4 different patents. U.S. patent number 9598141, which focuses on hub motors with enhanced thermal characteristics. It involves a hub motor having a stator made of steel and a central axle made of material with higher thermal conductivity than the stator, such as aluminum, to transfer heat from the stator to the external heatsink to improve motor performance, reduce weight and operating temperatures.
Can I just look that patent number up? Is that a patent that I can just... U.S. Patent Office. Where did I lose my page? Did I lose my page? I totally lost my page here. There we go. U.S. Patent Office. Searching for patents. Accessing publicly applied. Where is the search? Search published sequences. Sequence listing and other mega tables. Search international patent offices. Patent resources. Patent public search tool. Basic search. Search. For the thermally enhanced motor hub. Let's take a preview of this. Loading. Thermally enhanced motor hub. What does that even mean? Applicant, assignee, notice, filed, feature classification, references cited for an abstract. Apparatus and method relating to hub motors having enhanced thermal characteristics may include a hub motor having a stator compromise wheel and central axle, compromising of materials substantially higher thermal conductivity than the stator. Heat may be transferred from the stator through the axle of the motor to an outside heat sink. Manufacturing of thermally enhanced hub motors may include extrusion and or cryogenic fitting methods relating to... That's just like... Maybe I'm reading that incorrectly, but that's literally just heat dissipates into the rest of vehicle. That's not really a patent.
Increase power and extend motor lifetime, and a patent 104566658. This relates
104566558. 104566558. Self-stable. Is that literally just a self-stabilizing one-wheeled electric skateboard may include improved features. Some examples. The vehicle includes a status indicator viewable through a slot formed in the upper surface of the board. In some examples, the vehicle includes a convertible carrying handle. The vehicle includes interchangeable fenders. It's literally just for a stabilized one-wheel device. Okay.
Is to self-stabilizing skateboards with improved control systems and indicators, such as a status indicator viewable through a slot in an upper surface of the board, a convertible carrying handle, an interchangeable fender, and a motor controller using a field-oriented control scheme for intuitive vehicle dismounting. So what Future Motion has done is they have patented this and said that if anybody else tries to make something like ours that's actually serviceable, where you have access to the firmware, so you're not totally screwed if an update destroys you, where you can replace the battery on your own, so in 2 to 3 years when your battery dies, you're not stuck with a brick. If somebody wants to make a device that actually respects the end consumer, that is also constructed in a manner that's actually safe, unlike this garbage from Future Motion, we are going to sue them into the ground because we have more money than them. Now, I know what a lot of you are thinking. Shouldn't somebody have a right to protect their inventions? Shouldn't somebody have the ability, if they invent something that is truly unique, to ensure for a period of time that they're the only ones who can profit off of it via the patent system? And that is the problem with the patent system as it is currently put together in the United States. Future Motion did not invent this. Somebody else did. Take a look at this website over here, robosys.co.uk. Back in...
Yeah, that's a really big issue too with a lot of patents that I've noticed. They're exceptionally general. There's no specifics in here. They're going, hey, this is a wheel that you stand on and you lean forward and it goes forward, and you lean backwards and it goes backwards. That's like patenting a car. It's like, okay, well, you have 4 wheels. You press the pedal, the car goes forward. I have a patent for all cars now. You can't make any cars.
2007, this is a prototype that they put together. This is a patent from 2001 about a personal mobility device that looks like a one-wheeled electric skateboard over here. And if you take a look at this YouTube video that I will link down below, this is from 2007, 16 years ago on August 5th. This is a gentleman that came up with a product that looks very, very, very similar to the one wheel that Future Motion seems to be now getting other people in trouble for creating similar prototypes
Yeah,
of.
it's absolutely
This is bullshit. This company is trying to put other companies out of business because they cannot compete. They realize that if somebody comes out with a product in the marketplace that actually allows you to fix it, where they treat their customers like human fucking beings instead of like somebody to be milked, some barrier that stands between them and their money, that they will lose. And they are afraid of losing to a company that treats their users with respect. Floatwheel.com demonstrates that this company treats their customers with respect. I am not sponsored by them. They have not given me discounts on products. They have not given me a dime. I simply appreciate when a company is willing to actually make things like this available for people that want to be able to repair their own products and treats their users with respect, which Floatwheel.com demonstrates a willingness to do that Future Motion at this point has not. I will leave a number of links down below that detail all the different ways that Future Motion has screwed over its customers, whether with poor service, poor build quality, poor responses, or just let's be real here, just seeing their customer as not a customer, but just this really annoying piece of barbed wire fencing between Future Motion and their money. Because they don't see it as your money. They see it as their money, and they simply need to go through you, go over the obstacle to get to what is rightfully theirs. And I am sick and tired of companies like this that will utilize the legal system or the justice system when they know that they have more money to drain other people's bank accounts before the case ever makes it anywhere to get away with it. They did it with JW Batteries. If you look up JW Batteries, a company that made it easy for you to be able to add capacity to your Future Motion device as well as replace your battery, one thing that you will notice is that their website no longer works. They have been, in my opinion, destroyed by lawfare, by Future Motion. Again, what normal person is going to have millions of dollars to fight these people in court? And it looks like they are completely gone. And I don't want to see this happen to another company. And I'm hoping that through raising awareness by videos like this, that more people will be open to supporting companies that treat their customers well. And it's my hope that if people stop spending money with Future Motion and start spending money with companies like Floatwheel, that maybe they will have a little bit of a better budget in order to defend themselves. And
well. Just so everybody knows, we have D-Live going here. Hi, guys. Hi, D-Live. Welcome in. Creating a Tunes channel is like really, really freaking hard. I'm going to point this out for everybody. A lot of the different streams and services have kind of like, a lot of the streams and services, unfortunately, have decided to cut me off just to be safe. Of course, YouTube is really nice. But the issue with YouTube streams, with cartoon streams there, is the fact that, where is it? Like, you can't actually have 24/7 streams going on YouTube that easily. It's really hard to do them. Like, you can't just send a video stream to DLive, unfortunately. Or sorry, you can't just send a video stream to YouTube like you can with DLive. This is not my Tech Garage channel. Tech Garage Tunes. So what we do is we have, I'll point this out too. I just press start on stream so everybody knows. Hi, welcome. I have a YouTube stream going and I have a Twitch stream going. While we were watching this, I was like, you know what? We'll get the old DLive stream. We'll run the old puppy up and get it going again. I've noticed it says less than 5 viewers. Is that what DLive's doing right now? So there's probably nobody there. That's really funky. So we actually have the Tech Garage public domain content YouTube channel. So if you guys really want to go take a look at any of those cartoons, you're totally welcome to actually go watch them live. Go watch them on YouTube itself because they're allowed. It is what it is. It's just very hard, of course, to get things to do live streams this way. So welcome in, everybody. I know my thoughts and stuff are all over the place, but we are going to start streaming to DLive now as a regular thing. Maybe even to code word ice cream. How you doing? Welcome in. I have to put this up. I got a lot of stuff to do, guys. We are I'm all over the place. So for the DLive chat, I've just mentioned, unfortunately I cannot do the tunes here. DLive just keeps banning me. We do have our YouTube channel. YouTube does allow cartoons, no problem. So if you are interested in looking for those, go check them out. But thanks for coming in, Code Word Ice Cream. Appreciate you. Like I say, I'm still kind of just getting myself all set up here too. D-Live stream. Boom and boom and boom. Apply. Hopefully everything's working. There we go. And there. Thanks for coming by, man. I do appreciate it. I will put the other chats up on screen eventually here. This is kind of just, it is what it is. But hi, welcome in. I'm doing a news and reviews and react stream from now on. Unfortunately, I don't know if D-Live is allowing me to switch my titles for some reason. It is not allowing me to switch my titles. Maybe it has something to do with me getting banned before. But, you know, I just... This is what's going on here. Let me change my title, please. And let me change my tag. I want to change it to chatting. But it won't let me. Tags. We'll do podcast. Oh, there we go. Oh, I have to put it speed run. What the frick? No. What? Let's just put news in here. This is what it is, man. Professional streamer, by the way. Yeah, we're gonna get back into a second. I just figured I'd start up the stream on D-Live right away. Where is it? Retro investing. I want something. Development, religion, music, speedrun, We'll do podcast. We'll do podcast tags. New news, reviews and reacts. News, reviews, and reacts. Save. D-Live is gonna let me do this, I guess. Let's press play on the music too. sorry, Code Word Ice Cream too. If this is not, I don't know if you're still lurking or not. I'd imagine I'd just be by for a second, especially too since this was the Tunes channel. But it is what it is. We're just gonna, like I say, go with it. Do I get music? Rev Jim, how have you been doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I have been busying myself with other stuff. Come on, update this. No more tunes, sad. So we are doing news, reviews, and reacts. I'm actually going to get into some like real news, reviews, and reacts in a second, guys. Like we are going to get going. Don't worry. It's going to be a good, it's like I started earlier and I'm just all over. I think I'm just all over the place as a human being in general. Rev Jim, just to give you a quick update, D-Live does not allow me to do live streaming continuous stuff because they say I don't have the rights to stream it. But, you know, so we moved everything over to the YouTube channel. I have the vast majority of videos that we had up on the YouTube channel. So if you do want to go, watch any of those that we used to have, it's all there up on the Tech Garage Media YouTube channel. Not too bad. Just celebrated 4 years of stream. Congratulations, man! Wow, 4 years of streaming. That's quite a bit. Let me take a look. Let's peek at your channel real quick. Rev Jim, my man, my dude. Okay. This is just I'm followed you on there anyways. But yeah, no. So D-Live doesn't allow us to do tunes. Most other streaming platforms, it's actually really difficult to get tunes going. Twitch is somewhat okay with it, but there's a lot more. They just kick me off the stream quite a bit. You were suspended by D-Live over a year. You got back 3 months ago. And I was suspended years ago. I even think they told me that they permabanned me, but they didn't permaban me. For doing the cartoon, for doing public domain stuff. that we have up here. So now we've been changing things up. I've actually been doing a lot of video game content. I've been doing a lot of creation stuff with other people. And so every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we are going to be doing the news, reviews, and reacts. You remember? I know. Where I'm going to be going through things that I like on the internet. You can see actually down below we have the regular tech news feed, the RSS feed. Thank you so much for the diamond, Rev. I appreciate it. Man, I haven't seen diamonds or any DLive stuff in absolutely forever. So I do appreciate it. Those who are over on my other channels, right now on the YouTube channel and whatever, I do have to put these chats up here because I've had a relatively active community, I guess, on DLive for a long time, and then they kicked me off and didn't like what was going on. So if you guys have a DLive account, go over, give Jim a follow, give him a hello, see how he's doing, and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, so the way that I place this out is bottom is going to be my general news feed for all sorts of tech news, information, cool things that we learned on the internet, whatever. It's attached to more of like a general Google News feed. Above, I have what's called the viewer RSS feed. Now, immediately, if nobody's using it directly, I'll set that up for a news feed that somebody in chat really, really wants to see. I got a birdie who's just squeaking at me right now. So that if you have an RSS feed that you love, what is an RSS feed? It's just a simple feed of some kind of news website, some kind of influencer. Sorry, you can create RSS feeds from everything. That top news section will be the community RSS news feed. Okay. Now, to make up for any fighting or struggling on what we want for that community news feed, I'm going to have a 100-bit, or basically a $10 donation. It's going to be 1,000 lemons over on DLive. It's going to be 1,000 bits over on Twitch, which I know the pricing is all different, and it's going to be a straight $10 donation once I build up my YouTube channel a little bit more. We'll get there, and so that way we'll always have the coolest up-to-date stuff right up at the very top. And if someone wants to basically sponsor their own section, you're allowed to do that too. So we have a variety of different things that I've been working on over the past few years, building this up and building out a small community. So we will be doing a lot more of this stuff on stream on DLive Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Usually starting around noon West Coast time, which is going to be 2 to 4 o'clock on the East Coast. So really when everybody's day is ending. We also have, I'll just point this out, we also have the oh my gosh, I'm getting like hiccups and burps and stuff. I'm getting anxiety, guys. Too much fun here. Too much stuff. We also put all these clips up on YouTube. I'm glad you came by, Jim. Glad to see you. Check out the Sulack Streams YouTube channel if you want to catch up with any of the crap. Like, I'm all over the place right now in terms of content, but the more I get into the streaming, the more I get into setting things up, the more I'll be curating and finding the exact little box that we can put ourselves in. But if you ever want to check it out, Sulack Streams YouTube channel, go check it out here. And again, thanks for coming by. Appreciate the diamond. Appreciate the support. We're going to go back into watching the Lewis Rossman video here on the One Wheel Fears Fair Play Future Motion sues Float Wheel, a repair-friendly competitor.
And that at the end of the day, the product that treats the customer the best will be the product that wins. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Do you think that I'm wrong? Do you think that Future Motion should have the right to defend their patents vigorously in spite of the fact that their entire product seems to be a complete ripoff of a product that came out years and years before they were a company that actually did have patents on their own product? Or do you think that they should not be allowed to
right on, you stream here and on Pilled/Foxhole. I'm gonna have to take a look at those different streaming channels. I started doing stuff more over on Twitch because we started doing a lot of video game content, so I figured video game content on Twitch was the way to go. But recently, Twitch has actually opened it up, and we can stream to any channel we want now without getting banned off of Twitch, which is great. So you can multi-stream to YouTube, DLive, Rumble, Kick, all those places, which I will be doing here. Like I said, we will be expanding the network, the Sulack Streams network, the media network right now. Pill the Fox. Oh, both are one side. I've never been to them. I've literally never been to them. Let's take a look. Pilled.net. Pilled. The Fox. Is it this one right here? Go pick up your daughter, my man. Go do this. If you do ever want to get in, like, if you ever want to, like, bring in information and articles and whatever, this is what we're here to do. What I'm here to do right now. I want to be... I feel like I know the internet. I've grown up on the internet. So if you have anything cool, any information, any articles, any opinion pieces, anything, bring them in here. I'll bring them up on stream. We'll take a look at them, break them down, and potentially even to look at them in a whole new light, because I have a whole bunch of tools and methods and things that I'm really, really excited to start using. One of those ones is actually ChatGPT and the way that we build it and run with it. And I know there's a bunch of weird hard stuff with it, but there's some pretty damn cool things we can do. So yeah, don't let me distract you. Thanks for coming out, man. Not to kick you away either. Get out of my stream. Get out of here. Either way. But this website, I'm going to have to take a peek at. Pilled. It's one of those smaller conservative streaming websites, right? It looks like what? It Pill's a new growing social media, unless it's... Oh, regardless of political... Okay, they're trying to be apolitical. Never mind. I take it back. Live stream posts and articles. This might be a fun place to throw a multi-stream up. Well, let's go to, actually, let me, is Rev Jim? Can we do it? Rev.Jim? There's the man himself. Subscribe. Oh, I have to log in and everything. Okay, we'll get ourselves set up at some point in time. But, you know, I do miss the old days. I miss the old good days of D-Live and cartoons and hanging out with everybody. It has been difficult trying to get it's been difficult trying to get the stream going again here, because I really wanted to do cartoons. I love I want to run my own TV station where we play public domain cartoons all day every day, but you know, it's not really a thing that happens, I guess. Why don't I hear anything? Oh. All right. What else do we have? Audio good here? Oh, glad to hear. I worked really hard to make sure the audio sounds nice. I gotta put a bird cam up too so you guys can see my little bird off in the distance. Code word, ice cream. Is there anything that you are interested in today? I've been going through Google News. We didn't go through this on D-Live, but I've been kind of skipping through. I'm in Canada, so fortunately our news is incredibly biased. And incredibly, I guess, small, or the window is, I can't even English. Ooh, I'm really burpy today. Whoa, that's not good. Okay. But we looked at, there's a bunch of guys that were trapped for 17 days in a mine in India, which is crazy. You do you. I'm here in the USA. I wish. So what I'm going to have to do at some point is get a VPN to do these news reads. Because I've noticed it doesn't matter what you go into. Well, obviously not local. But if you go into business, it's all Canadian news. Canadian mining firm. It's not all Canadian. Canadian ski. This is not like world technology news at all. World business news. Like technology. Mobile startup. PR for games. Canadian stuff. Yeah, our guide to the best clothes streamers in Canada. Like, why is this in my news feed? This should not be in my news feed. I do not care one bit. We actually read the article too here. If you do have a Google account, it will be deleted pretty soon. It is going to be for sure deleted if you haven't used it within the past 2 years. An old Google account. Lethal Company. I didn't go over this section, but if you haven't played Lethal Company, it is such a fun game. Even if you're not a gamer, it is so good. It is actually so good, even for a simple indie game. iPhone. See, iPhone in Canada. How is this like technology? I go over to entertainment. It's all going to be Vancouver ticket prices and CTV, Quebec news. I do need a VPN. Maybe not this week. Maybe next week I'll take a look at getting a VPN. Just so I can actually read world news without this stupid Canadian backing. Oh, birdie. I'm trying to come out of the I need a bird cam. I really need a bird cam. This bird is super shy. And a little bit angry. Very, very angry, actually. It bites everybody. Taylor Swift. Mulvad VPN is great. Let's take a look. I've not heard of Mulvad VPN. I've been using CyberGhost for like years, and it just ran out. Privacy is a universal right. In Sweden. Okay. What's the pricing actually? Let's take a peek. It's literally just €5. They take crypto. Most places do, actually. That's actually why I went with CyberGhost. It's because they took crypto, which is great. €5, so $7,676 a month. This is where. Let me pull this away. Let me go to CyberGhost. This is what I've used these guys for years. And they come to $23 a month. So I'm part way in between here. I might just go with CyberGhost again just because I've been with them for a long time. But I feel I should start up a VPN, honestly. I have enough, like, or at least like a VPN. Canadians, we always get hammered in the wallet. We always, everything is so expensive. Like $7.46, yes, of course there's a pricing difference. Like the Canadian dollar is just weaker, and so the exchange is there. But that $7 feels it feels like a lot. Revelations 1492, welcome to the stream over on Twitch. How are you doing today? Welcome in. We are just chatting. We do news, reviews, and reacts and everything. I've done video game content for a long time and not super successful in it, so we're expanding our horizons right now. We're just looking at moment at VPNs, and one of the big reasons why is because when I go to Google News or most other news sites at the moment here in Canada, it's all Canadian news, or like half of it easily is Canadian news, and I want world. If I go to world, I want world news. I don't want Canadian news. But for some reason, we're going to have a lot of different Canadian, like I say, right now is actually not too bad in the Canadian section. But if you go to business or technology, it's like Canadian government really reaches C18 online deals. We take away our rights. Our right, that doesn't mean anything. Rights on the internet doesn't really mean anything, but they take away our ability to access things on the internet. And like Canadian mining firm. Anyways. That's what I'm looking at right now. We were doing kind of reacts and stuff like that. I've been digging just through the internet and peeking at stuff. Revelations, if you do have anything that you want me to take a look at specifically, I like to pull up little news articles and figure out what's going on around the world. Right now, you caught us in kind of like, caught me in kind of like a mid phase. In the mornings, I'm doing a lot of news reads, and that's when we go through every single article, pretty much on the main page, and filter out the more interesting ones. And now we're kind of in the hangout and chat and chill and whatever phase, I guess, of the stream. I'm still figuring it out. Still a relatively new streamer. I will point that out. I am like getting used to the whole dynamics of it, but I'm working hard, so I don't know. Anyways, welcome in. I'm not sure if you wanted that much focus from the viewer. We do have the other channels too, or other websites watching. I just don't have them in chat. So, yeah. Thousands stolen from bank and wireless customer and fraud scam. Toronto police say don't really care. Canada stuff. Technology, entertainment, sports. Let's go watch some videos. You miss your cartoon content. But you get the... Oh, are you from over on D-Live? Welcome in. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm very sorry. I tried for a long time to get the cartoons running. I couldn't get them going right away. But if you're ever really interested too, we do have every single video that I used to play on the D-Live channel is up in the Tech Garage public domain YouTube channel. Oh, that Revelations! Mind blown! Oh my god! That's the revelation! That from... yeah! Wow! I totally... That revelation. Thank you for coming in, my man. I appreciate you. It's been a long time since I've seen you. It's been a very long time since I've seen you. But... Oh, is it like... Let's do Tech Garage Tunes. I think you know this too. I think I showed you this in the Discord. It's been such a long time. I'm very sorry. I've been out of it. What? Tech Garage? Oh, that's Garage Tunes. Sorry, Revelations. It's been so long. I gotta like refresh my memory on what has gone on the internet. What I've placed out of there, so and who I've talked to and what's going on. So I do appreciate you buying. I really do. Like, thank you. Yeah. Anyways, it's all there. We have the YouTube channel. I also too have my my streams channel if you want to check that out. Sulack streams. If you ever want to catch up on here, I can just share it quickly. On any of the streaming that I do here, you can check it out there. I of course do stream it to YouTube, so you can look at the VODs anyways, but welcome in, man. Okay, let's go take a peek. What's going on YouTube today? We did watch Louis Rossmann talk about the One Wheel and how the company behind One Wheel is suing another company that's making another One Wheel style vehicle, I guess, but it's a weird case. I appreciate it. Thank you, Revelations. I'm gonna switch over. I have everything over. I got so many channels right now just because I don't want to bust all the data. Go through phases, right? Whatever I like to do at the time. This game developer might some ordinary gamer. Let's take a peek.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and today we got to talk about breaking the law. Ladies and gentlemen, this video might get me sued, okay? And the reason why I may actually face legal action is because the subject of today's video is a scumbag game development company. So this is a game known as Venator, which is an online PvPvE first-person shooter, right? So kind of think of it similar to, I guess, Escape from Tarkov, okay? Call of Duty Warzone DMZ, you know, the extraction shooter craze that we're currently living through. Now, this game used to be on Steam, for instance. It was an early access game for a little bit, releasing in Q4 2023, so literally right around the corner. Now, obviously, it's a game that's no longer available on the Steam store. because I'm also sure Valve does not enjoy asset flips on their store. So what is an asset?
Which is weird, because as far as I'm aware, Valve does allow lots of asset flips on their store. Like a good portion of games now, or maybe they might have done a better job at it recently, so I will give them the benefit of the doubt. I haven't looked into it too much. But there are so many like software scams out there, which are just, yeah. Let's take a look at what he says.
An asset flip is basically a video game on a digital storefront that is very low quality. So for instance, remember when I played Arab Drift Cars 2?
Oh my god.
I believe it was 2.
Kind of
I don't know if it was a sequel or it doesn't matter. That game was on the PlayStation storefront that I bought for a couple dollars. And it ran like hot ass. It looked like hot garbage. And ladies and gentlemen, it was just basically assets downloaded, cobbled together, and put on a storefront within maybe a day or two. And it's all there just to divert traffic from big budget games, big quality games, high quality games, just so these developers can make a few bucks, okay? It is effective.
Just to point out, it's really cheap to create games that can go up on the Steam store. This is why these asset flips are a thing, because you can download assets from a variety of different tools, software, from like literally anything, really, port it into your game and give them rules that are just standard. You can even copy and paste the rules from other games and place it into your game engine. So for example, down below, I don't know if you guys can see, I have the Godot engine icon here. The Godot engine is a totally free game engine that I can create Steam-ready games in probably a week or two by just downloading other people's assets and importing them into Godot. But if you were a good developer for any reason, like you'd be making your own assets.
Shovelware. Steam is full of this kind of stuff. Games like Anime Stranding, for instance, okay? Which is a clone of Death Stranding with absolutely cobbled together assets one could find on multiple storefronts. Basically, you buy an asset pack for like 20 bucks, you cobble together a dog shit video game, and you maybe make 200 bucks out of it, okay? That's
Revelation says he's amazed by the low quality garbage you see on Steam. If you had the talent to make games, you could make great stuff. Honestly, Revelations, you do have the talent to make games. The engine, like the Godot engine, is such a simple engine to create games with. There are also other game engines out there, like, here, 1 second here. Let's go to store. Will Steam pop up for me? There is the RPG Maker, $103.
Make your very own RPG.
This is not bad software, okay? A lot of people can say like, oh, well, if you just make an RPG with the RPG engine, then it's not like a quality game. Well, that's not true, okay, at all. Now, what a lot of these software tools have done is reduced the amount of effort it takes to make a game. So imagine we're back in the old days before everybody could read, and then now people start teaching everybody to read and write. You could imagine the quality of books, the average book would have gone down, or the average thing written would have gone down. This is what's happening with programming, with the development world, with the gaming world. What seemed like reading, literacy was something for the elites only. Programming, game development seems like something for someone that's highly educated only. Well, nowadays, the barrier to get in to start these things is so low that you can be making games, you can be making services and systems without the kind of traditional education that you would get from whatever you're doing. Of course, it means having the right tools. That's why I mean, like, having the RPG Maker, if you're looking to have an RPG, might be it. There are some game engines for visual novels. You forget the name of it. Exactly. Normally, back in the old days, what would be extremely hard for you to do is actually really easy nowadays. You don't need every single day, the amount of training that you need to have to make a game gets lower and lower and lower, right? Like you less and less and less every single day. There are lots of engines out there to help you with those things too. For example, a lot of what we've been doing is focusing this stream around AI, and I build a lot of my tools with AI. So if you want to go out and make assets for your game, it's exceptionally cheap to create entire environments and entire setups with AI prompts. So for example, I was looking at creating pixel art. These are prompted pixel art creations. And then I use Godot, which is the free engine, which you could build a story game with if you wanted to. You can use all these tools and create your own systems with it. What's happened is that the asset flips, the garbage that you see on Steam, are people who have learned how easy it is to do and put no effort into it all. Just slapped the basics together, said, this is not art, this is something to make money. Throw it up there on Steam, make your money, and you're gone, right? So don't feel intimidated. If you ever really want to get into it and you ever feel like the barrier is really high, the initial barrier may feel crazy. Finding the right tool, finding the right tutorial, finding that stuff is really high. But once you start the flow, it is so easy to start creating. It is incredibly easy to start creating. And you can even start with modding too if you want. If there is a visual... oh, you joined our Discord? I appreciate it. Welcome to the Scrub Club. I appreciate you joining us. We're a group of gamers who love hard games, even if the games, like hard games of all type. We think games that are... I need a better intro to this for joining, but we do believe that games improve the human experience and are meant to allow us to reflect upon ourselves and our own actions. So welcome. Thank you for joining the Discord. I appreciate it. But yeah, never feel like creating a game is outside of your levels of skill. We can get kids to create games in the matter of days. It's not because kids are smart. It's because there's a lot of really cool, easy tools to create them. So anyways, let's keep watching the video.
Generally the market that you're hitting for. And Steam, Epic Games, I guess, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch eShop is filled with this kind of crap on a daily basis, okay? As soon as you wade through the quality, you'll find the asset flips. Now, one YouTuber in this situation, alright, known as Blue Drake 42, has decided to take this matter into their own hands and produce their own video game, ladies and gentlemen. A game known as Operation Harsh Doorstep. Now, if you don't know Operation Harsh Doorstep, it's a game that's entirely free on the Valve storefront here. You can download it right now, you can donate if you feel like it, and of course, it's a game that's fully moddable. It's an Unreal Engine game that at its core plays like Squad, Arma, really any tactical military shooter, okay? Games like Ready or Not. And of course, you can mod this so you can add other things into it. So generally, it's a free game. Apparently, it's always going to be free, and it's designed just for the community to...
Oh, did you, Revelations, I just took a peek. Maybe it's a different Discord. Here, I might actually have the old Discord linked. Let me just resend you. Here, we can invite people, and boom, sent you the invite there. Ah, you joined the cartoon one. Yes, that's okay. We still, I still lurk in and out of there every once in a while. I know people post stuff occasionally. I'm exceptionally demoralized. I want to point out that whole saga, that whole arc really demoralized me.
Play without scumbag developers. Now, I also respect on a wholesale level when a YouTuber is building their own game. Making a game is not fucking easy, okay? Making a game requires a significant capital investment, it requires a time investment, it requires talented developers, and most importantly, artists to produce unique assets. What Blue Drake wanted to do was not make an asset flip. They didn't want to just steal assets from any game or just cobble together some crappy video game together. No. This is not an asset flip. For the most part, we've been told here that every single asset in this game, for the most part, has been made by their own artists and their own teams. There may be some assets they've bought, but it would be in a very, 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 very small minority. So what's important here is to go back to Venator, okay? Now Venator, these developers are producing a game that you can play right now, okay? You can hit that big play now button, you can download their launcher.
Now the thing with asset flips is it's really easy. Most of game development or asset flip development is literally drag and drop. The action of having a character that can walk around an environment is almost a drag and drop feature. An FPS, a first person view, is almost a drag and drop feature at the moment. It has been built so many times. You could go in and build your own first person view game from the start. But there are so many resources out there where you can you have a map, you drag and drop your character onto it, you drag and drop some AI, and you drag and drop AI actions onto those AI. You press play, and then you run around and you have your game.
And the full version at this price is currently 30 euros, okay? So around $40 USD from my understanding, okay? Now, they are charging money, okay? Whereas Operation Harsh Doorstep is a free game. So some astute individuals looked closer into the assets and found something a little bit scary, okay? For instance, this is Operation Harsh Doorstep, right? Take a good look at this gas station. You got 95 ethanol, 91 ethanol, and a warning. Don't smoke near the gas station. Now, of course, this is from...
That's a very nice...
Venator. Whoa, hold on. This is the same goddamn acid tree that I'm seeing. So the implication here is obviously the gas numbers 9571 Harsh Doorstep, right? And a warning. Gas station, ethanol, 90 doorstep, right? Take a good look at this gas station. You got 95 ethanol, 91 ethanol, and a warning. Don't smoke near the gas station. Now, of course, this is from Venator. Whoa, hold on. This is the same goddamn acid tree that I'm seeing.
His main goal is not to go to court.
So the implication here is obviously the gas numbers 9571. I mean, even the colors haven't been changed. The danger close sign is considerably, well, danger close to the other developer. So there's a lot of red flags here. So of course they looked at the 3D assets, and walking into this like house, this warehouse looking area, you can see that they've got this green panel, this green window panel, this sort of like I guess you could say beige.
Now it is so easy. This is one of the reasons why game development is so, or at least like cheap asset flip game development is so easy. Is because if I wanted to create a game, all I would do, and like with this asset, is I just take a screenshot of it. And then you take a screenshot of it, and then you load this screenshot. Whoops. Paint 3D into a 3D environment. Okay. Okay. There we go. We got our setup, and then we go to 3D view. And then now we have a 3D view of the asset, right? If you're trying to pull a texture out of something, that's your texture. You copy and paste that onto a wall. If I want to create some kind of 3D building, I can load in like this is just Paint 3D, guys, too. This is literally a default program that everybody has on their computer. If I was to go in, I go to the 3D library, I can drag in a dinosaur. Let's do a velociraptor. And there's our velociraptor, okay? And it's in an environment. It's like, and so what happens is now we have our velociraptor 3D environment game. And what else can we add? I'm getting some reflection from my window. And I find a... What else can I add in? I don't know. A bird. A seagull with headphones. And then all of a sudden... Oops. My game... So these are like game assets without any logic behind them, right? Doesn't matter what engine I pick, I can now have a main character that's a duck with headphones in underwear and a velociraptor enemy, and all of the assets that come in with that. So let's say I want to add AI to the velociraptor, it's pretty much drag and drop. As long as I have some system, I would drag and drop an FPS character system into the duck here. Oh. Ooh, my internet just like cut to 0 there. Oh, okay. Weird. Anyways, that's how easy it is. And that's how companies that don't care about their stuff, they'll hire somebody. They'll be like, go online, go figure it out. The person will do a copy and paste from some other system, and it works. And they don't really care. They don't think about at all where the asset came from or how it got into whatever. They'll just have a big library. So any one of those assets along that list could have been taken from somebody else. Soldier, wait, you've been Tech Garage all this time. Originally we were part of the Tech Garage. So just so everybody knows, Soldier over on DLive asks about our little change. Now, so Soldier, I used to do 24/7 cartoons as a part of what I consider the Tech Garage. The Tech Garage is actually, you can't really see it right now, is this server cluster right here. This is my like project server cluster. And what I used to do, because I had the extra processing power, is I would run the Tech Garage cartoon stream. Okay. Now, and I did it that way because public domain cartoons are public domain cartoons. And I just thought it was a fun little thing. Eventually, we started getting a lot of different viewers and a lot of different people in. You remember back in 2019, you did donate to Commander 7 stream. I donate. I got so many donations on this channel. Okay, so many donations that I think I gave out hundreds of dollars to other people just because I didn't know what to do with it, and I was so surprised. Like my little cartoon stream where I have extra processing power on the server, I was like, okay, I'm allowed to do it. I even know to YouTube, we have a full YouTube channel with all the cartoons, lets us have all this stuff up. You were one of them. I know. I loved it. It was cool. It was awesome. It was such a fun project to have. But DLive obviously got pressure, got some messages from lawyers, said that they can't have copyright material because people were watching Gordon Ramsay's cooking shows and people were watching Lord of the Rings on DLive, that they went after all of the 24/7 streams with content. Okay. Now, what I do, just to prove, and just because screw you, DLive, if your mods are watching, which they always were back in the day, they always were, we have everything up on YouTube now. Every video that I ever played on this channel, except for 2 of them, actually, which the music in them got copyright struck, so I couldn't play them. It's like the tune specifically was hit. All of that stuff is up on YouTube. So if you do want to go watch them, you do want to go listen to any of the old radio broadcasts that we have up, that is all here. You got 1 month ban for streaming Sumo Wrestling live from Japan. Yeah, they are DLive, like DLive always was a gray zone website, and I consider it D-dead. Dead. You know, but I have this stuff up here, so I don't know, whatever. I figured I'd stream to it too, so you guys get to see what I'm doing and run more of like Tech Garage stuff, right? That is what we are. This server runs a whole bunch of stuff too right now. I've got game servers running off of it. It's even doing some video processing and coding for me. It's running storage servers for different content. It's holding all the recording of these videos that I have up on the server there, right? So anyways, so I figured I'd just take over the Tech Garage. Take over the the Tech Garage 24/7 cartoons channel and actually use it for something. Because every time I do it, I get banned. And every time I try, what I even did a while ago too, was I took the International Space Station footage, which is public domain, totally public domain. Okay. I put some AI generated images of people in, which is my right to do. And I overlaid that in with a TV running the tunes. They still didn't even like that. They didn't like that. So even though like 90% of the screen was all stuff that I have access to, and it's all legit, and you can see it here. It's on YouTube. They just don't care. So anyways, thank you, Soldier, for coming out. I appreciate it. If you are on Twitch, give me a follow. What we're doing too, and I don't want to introduce this over and over again, but I got to. So sorry, Revelations and everybody else who's watching has heard this a few times. We're doing news, reviews, and reacts. Okay, I want to reach out to more people. I think I'm a pretty competent internet user, and I think it's really fun that we all share our desktops and our experiences. So that's what we've been doing. We've been going over Google News and a few other things today too, and watching YouTube videos. So that's what we're watching this developer might sue me from some ordinary gamers right now, but we're just rolling with it. Yeah, I'm over on Twitch, Sulack _. If you want me to send you, I can send you the links over that way. I have a whole bunch of channels now that I put together. If you like Overwatch, we got an Overwatch channel. If you like, if you want to go look at all our news reviews and stuff like that, Sulack streams on YouTube is going to be for all of my. This is the news channel that I'm putting together for all of. Here, I want to slap that in. I can't send that message through DLive. Soldier, thank you so much for the host. Appreciate it. Come on. DLive. DLive. More like D-Dead with how many people are on this bloody website. Am I right? Am I right? Like, in theory. And you know what's silly, I want to point out? Under 5 viewers. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means anymore. Like, we can I don't want to spend too much time ripping on DLive here, but what change did they make? Right? Like, if I go under 5, that's so embarrassing. That's just really embarrassing, honestly. That you can't just put 1 or 2 viewers in there. You have so little views across the entire platform. That means DLive is hiding the fact no one watches them anymore. Exactly. Look at this. Dude, a lot has changed. Oh, Soldier, you spent some time here, so I have not. And I've not because the DLive staff are just idiots. Every single one of them that I talk to, every single DLive staff that I've talked to is a fucking idiot. And now there's something to talk to about staff and the way staff respond, and it's like, so there's one thing to talk to to talk to staff, and they go, "Sorry, sir, I can't do that. That's not a part of my job," right? That's one thing, but the DLive staff, Tidy left to be staff on Kick. I didn't know that. That's probably smart of him too. They wouldn't just tell you that they can't do something. They would inject little nasty messages, and they wouldn't respond. You'd ask a straight question. You'd be like, "Hey, can you answer me this very basic question? Like, can you point out exactly what got me banned?" Hey, Revelations, thank you so much for the host. I appreciate it. And they would go, No, that's just the rules. And you go, "Where in the rules?" They go, "All the rules." And I'm like, "No, but what rule?" "But all of the rules." I'm like, "Okay, so what do I got to do to change it?" "You have to change your stream." I'm like, "Okay, well, you're an idiot. Do your job and tell me, like, what part of your structure." Anyways, I'm not going to piss on them too much. But I think it's one of the DLive is like, I don't know, probably like a front for something too. Yeah, you're 100% right about DLive staff. Yeah, it's pretty much been F up for a few years now. They let anyone back in, including Gamer Far and his 9 million alts. Oh, did they get desperate? Is that why? They kicked out all of us legitimate, wholesome, nice streamers. Invited in questionable figures and then let people just, I don't know. I feel like I don't know too much about the history of this website, but it doesn't feel too legitimate. Revelation says, yes, they got desperate and let a lot of people back in, like me probably. So I'm not going to risk. So here's the thing. I'm going to point this out. Even if there's some cultural change where they would let me stream my cartoon stream again, I'm not going to risk it. Okay? You can say you've been here, but you can't stay on here, but you have to DM me on Discord. DM me on Discord. Definitely feel free. The cartoon Discord is down there. If you message me through that, you should be able to click on my name and do it that way. But like, yeah, they didn't check their wholesome streamers. They didn't check, like, you think you're still, I think so too. It's been a while since I've checked. Anyways, It's been a few months since I've been in the Tunes Discord. I have to take a peek. Thank you for the lemon too, Soldier. I appreciate it. And to me, what I thought one of the strongest parts of this website was that, like, I could stream anything I wanted as long as I was a good person, right? And they even introduced themselves as like a decentralized cryptocurrency style site that later on they were like, this is what I didn't like what Tidy pissed me off too. I was like, you guys advertised yourself as like a free voice for everybody. You let some of the most controversial people on the internet stream on your website. A few big ones too even partially came from your website. And you're kicking me out, who I actively bring people to the website. Like, my channel was one of those channels that when you searched for cartoons, when you searched for retro gaming communities on the internet, it was actually like top 3 pages of Google. I remember this. I looked it up, right? Like, people were coming to my stream for my stuff. They weren't coming to DLive for DLive content. And then when they kicked me out, they set me up as they like, we were getting 20 or 30 viewers of retro cartoon content, like stuff. I want to say retro. I don't know if that's the right, but classic cartoon stuff. That's been public domain for years. And like, people would search on the internet and they'd come to DLive and they wouldn't look at anything else on DLive. I was like I was like an external reason I was one of the reasons to come to DLive, and that's what got me, right? I was even too like top of the chatting section, right? Every single day. And then when I messaged the mods, they're like, "Who are you?" I don't know. What Tech Garage Cartoons? What is? I'm like the 50th largest streamer in, like, at any one night, and I'm like top of the. What do you guys do? Anyways, I think I'm fine now. Show my face and act like I'm doing something. So this is where I want to point this out, Soldier. I'm on two mindsets. The point of the cartoon stream was to use the extra processing power of my computer. It was not for me to start a show where I'm hanging out watching cartoons. Right? That's not what it was for at all. It was, I have a little bit extra processing power. I have a little bit extra bandwidth. I don't use either one. I have some extra storage. A lot of people don't have the ability to go out and find these cartoons and find retro or find classic content. So I'm going to scour every corner of the internet I can to find these things and play them 24/7 for you guys. And everyone said to me originally, they're like, well, Sulack, just sit there and do a watch party with us. I'm like, it's fun to do. I want to just watch party and chat with the rest of you guys. I don't want to sit with my camera on me. And this is younger me, a little younger, more insecure, a little more, a little less confident in myself. But I didn't want to do that. I'm sitting there thinking, they're gonna force me. Somebody who's making a full-time living is gonna force me, someone who's working my ass off at a different job, to take the end of my day and I'm already spending money. I'm already using my value. And they want me to sit in front of a camera for hours watching cartoons. That's what they want me to do. I found that unacceptable. Now I don't mind that. I'm reorganizing my life. I'm reorganizing streaming. I'm reorganizing my internet world so that I can do these things. But I'm not going to sit and watch cartoons for hours with people. Like, I'm not going to do that. They're not paying me to do that. Why are they forcing me to do that? You can see how I get real heated because of it. But it's like, it's such an elitist. I was like working full time doing maintenance jobs and construction jobs, right? Like, I'm do whatever I want. I appreciate that. Not everyone's like that, right? Not everybody is totally supportive of everybody's full scale of work. A lot of people just want the content, right? The cartoons. So that's fine. I'm okay with that, right? Sorry, Relations. I kind of missed your comment on. Missed it. I saw it, but I've got to. Relations says, yes, DLive advertised itself as free speech platform. When they got on the Apple, Google Play Store, they started becoming more pro-censorship. Yeah, they just... and they don't even know what censor. They just censored. They just went and basically destroyed their entire site by by doing it this way. But anyways, yeah, soldiers. So that's just my point here, right? Like for them to tell me to sit in front of my damn computer screen and stare at cartoons that loop on hours on end, just so I can share cool things that I used to watch these on like old ripped VHSs in my grandparents' place on the shitty black and white TV that they had, and I love it. I want to share it. Anyways, you can see I get really heated by this. That's all. So we're doing a variety of things on the internet. That's where this news, reviews, and reacts is, and that's where yeah, I'm not going to go into too deep into this. Maybe I'll cut this rant out too and throw it up on YouTube as a thing. But I'm disappointed. This is, DLive is an example of a site that has more money than brains, and they don't see their customers as customers. They see it as an investment. No such thing as a free speech platform except for prohibited.tv. Everything else is just trash. I somewhat agree. I don't think there should be a free speech. I think the free speech platform, soldier, is the internet. The internet is the free speech platform. Okay, not Google, not YouTube, not DLive, not Twitch, not adding DLive is going to be really weird for anybody who's outside of this video seeing it. But that, I made the Tech Garage because I wanted to host my part of the internet. I wanted to have my piece of the world. And adding integration, so if I'm streaming out to other people, I'm connecting my piece of the world with the rest of the world. That's what I'm doing. I'm taking my plug and plugging it in. And YouTube and Google, and this is the way I've accepted it, any site like DLive can deny me. They can do this. I was mad. I still am furious about what they're doing. But they can do that. This is their service. There's no such thing as a free speech platform because the platform is the internet. Not to get too deep into it, but there is no such thing. Well, actually, the biggest thing is there's only such thing as free speech protocols, I would say. Okay? For example, while the United States is a free country and free speech is the foundation, there's obviously many cases where speech can be suppressed and can be pushed around because the platform of the United States isn't a free speech platform. But the protocol in which people start to talk with each other and agree, as long as that protocol is understood, you can have protocols that 100% respect free speech. And that's where the foundations of a lot of these systems come from. I'm a Bitcoin guy. I love Bitcoin. I'm actually not that invested in it, but I love it from a foundation because when you're talking about the system, you're talking about the protocol, right? The internet protocol, the IP protocol that we all use is the free speech platform, is the thing that we have to use to communicate with each other to get those ideas out. And being dependent on platforms like DLive being an excellent example where you can have tens of thousands of people come in and try something and then just have somebody come in or a few group of people and wipe everything out all at once. We're seeing the same thing with other larger platforms too, where they come in, they piss everybody off. That's why they jump platforms too. Everyone's like, well, screw these guys. These guys aren't free speech. They go, screw these guys too. These guys aren't free speech. They go somewhere else. Screw these guys. These guys aren't free speech. Screw these guys. These aren't free speech. Right? And they're jumping around and everyone's like, well, okay, so what is the real speech? Where does the speech lie? So I think having to accept that, having to build off of that, and to really is the foundation of my Tech Garage, is the foundation of the Tech Garage platform. So just my little rant on internet freedom and speech. And for the YouTube clip, they're going to see DLive in the corner and be like, what the hell is this website? Freaking weirdo. So yeah, just ideas and thoughts on DLive. If we go into others, and I'm not even sure. This, to me, this website would have been excellent if they repurposed everything and treated everybody more like channels. I think this would have been the best website on the internet. If this would have been like, we could have had, like, DLive should have had some kind of policy where, like, if you have the processing power, if you have the bandwidth, we will support your stream, because people are paying for it. People are paying money for it. So if you do create a 24/7 music stream, like, it should be up to your viewers to decide whether or not they want to watch that. Which they kind of do right now. But I don't know. This is so weird. So you'll have to message me on Discord to give me a little more info about what happened here. Because what is the Call of Duty thing? Like, 15 million people used to live here, and now it's oh my god, I don't even know the frickin', what's the meme? Hold on. Million people used to live here. 50,000.
50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town.
That's DLive. Close in the numbers too, actually. Very close in the numbers.
50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time just ragging on them. But there should be, like, I don't know. Yeah, there's an issue with incentives. Under 5. This is, woo, a lot of politics there. Okay, let's go watch some YouTube videos, guys. Let's go back to watching some ordinary gamer talking about this asset flip of a game. We got really
wood
distracted.
Panel here too for the door. And of course, this is from Operation Harsh Doorstep, their unique asset. Now, when you compare it to this next game, they've got the same exact layout over here, except they may have changed some of the coloring, right? So for instance, it's a little bit reddish as you're seeing here. I mean, you can even kind of just see that the layout of the building is the exact same too. Forget the proportionality of some of the props here. You can see that literally the layout, like this is the wall side and of course an operation. But obviously, if you're playing this, you'll probably notice, oh shit, this is pretty much the same asset shot for shot. So from Operation Harsh Doorstep, we're in these kind of like tunnel locations. You can see like they've got this arch, they've got this supporting beam, and they've got this other doorway leading out. Now, of course, looking into Venator, you might be able to isolate, whoa, the layouts are matching. Like, it's not even just like a few.
I want to point out too that flipping assets, or at least using the same assets in different engines, is still like I think it's a good thing. It allows developers to save a whole bunch of development time and actually create a lot more story and create a lot more environments. But it's when they do it in such a blatant way that is, I don't know, that's not fun, that it really becomes an asset flip. So I am a little curious, because Mutahar is a pretty smart guy, and he's talking about this game actually could be an asset flip, and he's a lot of contacts that probably know that it's a total asset flip. But using assets that are the same are not an issue. Stealing assets, if they didn't buy these assets from somewhere, and we're talking about two of the same game that are just basically the same game, then yeah, that's going to be an issue. But really, like, most platforms, and even too, we talk a lot about streaming platforms. Just so everybody knows, the vast majority of streaming platforms out there are literally just Twitch that they're renting from Amazon. DLive being one of them. I'm like 99% sure. I'm pretty sure, is it Kick? Is one of the other two, Kick or Rumble, is actually, I think it's Kick that's renting off of Amazon services. So most companies do this, but it is the question of like how they execute whatever software stack that they're, or how they introduce the software stack into the environment.
Graphics, it's the straight up layouts of some of these locations. Now this is another asset that claims to be stolen here, and if you can look at it, the side of the building is quite honestly very identical. The top railing section, as you can see, it's pretty much match for match. The window placement is a match for match. Exterior textures maybe a little bit different, but then the one key difference here is the amount of HVAC units that are actually above each window, or aircon units. And yes, there are changes made to some of these assets, but by and large, you can absolutely see the original asset pretty much underneath some of these minute changes. Like, look at this building that, like, Operation Harsh Doorstep has, okay? You see this, like, building? It's got these 4 slitted, like, vertical windows.
Is he just going over...
You've got these 2 support beams. Literally, I was a little bit surprised when I started looking into this, because I figured that there were so many free assets that were available that they wouldn't even need to be doing this. So again, it's unmistakable that the asset work is, without a doubt, the same underneath everything. So this wouldn't necessarily be that big of a deal. Obviously, Blue Drake ended up contacting this development team, which is when it got a little bit fucked up. So inside this development team, they ended up responding back to Blue Drake, whose name is Connor, and they said, "Don't get me wrong, I want to help and understand clearly what you're saying. I checked on my computer and on others.
This kills me. Without even looking at the entire message. I don't know if you guys have seen this before or gotten messages like this. But when they start the message over and over and over again with I, people are not looking to open up conversation. I have personally noticed myself when I'm putting together letters towards people that if I'm just repeating I, there's no real reason inside the explanation other than just trying to like brute force a thought into somebody's head. It's usually a sign that somebody's they're like just not very educated or doesn't have any respect at all for what information they're trying to convey.
Reference to your project or license. I kindly ask you to enable me to delve deeper on the topic and also carry out other checks. I'm talking about this project of yours, where they mentioned the OHD mod kit. So this is the SDK for Operation Harsh Doorstep, which allows players to mod their game. Can you confirm that the game objects you indicated can only be found on this project and that this project is yours? I mean, obviously Blue Drake should be able to prove that the assets they've made belong entirely to them with their own metadata. What I think is that your game files are finished in other projects, resident in the Epic marker kit place, nice spelling, and redistributed after small manipulations in another forms. I cannot, in terms of Italian
make our kit place
law, provide you with the list of our purchases on Epic's Market Pulse due to privacy and other Italian laws. Why? Why can't you prove a list of purchases? I don't know if that, I don't know. I'm calling sus on the Italian legal penal code for that. However, I can assure you of my full commitment to understanding the situation. The first piece of advice I would like to give for OHD is to prevent downloads of game packages from the Epic Store by anyone who tries to accessing them without your license. This could be an excellent legal defense. Now, this statement alone is insanity. In the beginning of every single one of them. That's what we call an end-user license agreement. Now, a lot of games have it when you legally purchase a title, but you know that piracy exists, right? Like, you can download pirated versions of many games and strip their EULA. If I pirated, for instance, Rainbow Six Siege, right? For instance, I downloaded it, I skipped all of the EULA that Ubisoft provided me. I'd never said I accept. That still makes it illegal. If you are illegally obtaining the fucking game data, and sure, you didn't sign an EULA, that doesn't make your piracy or your asset stealing illegal. You have actually committed 2 crimes in that situation. You've stolen the assets, and you've also pirated a video game or, video game software. So also check the type of distribution of OHD with Epic Store. In my humble opinion, part of your license violates the Unreal Engine, the editor part, and Epic Store for distribution. Don't get me wrong, my intention is to just become your friend, to understand what happened and not have difficulty with our game. So again, reading this letter makes me also think that the guy behind this game, Venator, might be working with artists that have possibly stolen assets and they just never told it to the developers here. That might be the only saving grace.
That's a really common thing in software where people will hire other people and then the people will steal the assets to build something. And usually it's because you've hired somebody as cheap as possible. The very baseline with no credentials, with no work history, or with not with no credentials, because a lot of times these guys will have credentials and they'll even show you a lot of the assets they have, but it'll be like way cheaper than market rates, which was like a huge red flag. And it shows that the person paying for the software doesn't do their due diligence. I think that's really important.
Remember, as a small development team, you may understand that when you're working with random people, they might bring illegal assets to your work, but it's still entirely on your ass, okay?
Exactly.
It's up to you to do due diligence that you're not using anything illegal in your work, okay? Especially when you're sending out a final product. So in another response to Connor here, he says that I already replied to you in my previous email. Do whatever we think is right for you, which is a discussion of possible legal action. I state again that the meshes in my asset packages are not those in the packages you indicate in your emails. The ones I have a smaller number of polygons, the UV maps don't work, and the physics are badly reconstructed. In short, the ones I have are very poorly made and would need to be rebuilt from scratch. I honestly don't think it's your job, but if you think so, continue legal.
I state again that the meshes in my asset package are not those in your package indicated in your emails. The ones I have a smaller number of polygons, the UV map doesn't work, and the physics are badly reconstructed. In short, the ones I have are poorly made, and it would need to be what? I honestly don't think anybody thinks continually. What? What is he saying? He's saying, someone's saying that, so they're sending a message out saying his stuff is stolen, and the response is, the stuff I have is worse?
As well. I'm ready. So here he claims that he's basically being slandered in this situation, when at the end of the day, there really isn't any slander. We've looked at the actual assets, the screenshots between both games, and they are very, very suspiciously close to one another, okay? So it really leads anybody to logically believe that you've kind of been stealing from the game. So another creator known as Big Fry was received this. Hey Big Fry, who also covered this situation like me. Could you kindly remove the video or contents which contain my references? I don't want to proceed with the strike and fuel controversies. So where they're showing a privacy complaint process, this is why I remove like everybody's name, email address, IP address, blood type from my channel, okay? Just because anytime I deal with talking about these individuals, they always jump to the privacy complaints and try to remove videos, okay? Don't do that, all right? Trust me, I will do everything in my power to make sure that YouTube doesn't have a reason to remove videos for privacy reasons.
Yeah, it's really
easy. Again,
it's really easy to like actually dox people.
Blue Drake goes out and reaches out to Siba Games, the company behind Venator, and basically said, we gotta sue you, okay? We have to actually sue you since you appear to be stealing our assets. So Connor says, A, please stop threatening and taking down other channels. Absolutely, you shouldn't be threatening creators. Have you ever heard of the Streisand effect? People talk about your situation. The only reason I'm hearing about this is I've seen this float around my feed too many times. Then it was shut down all your multiplayer services and then provide additional assurances in the form of a signed agreement with penalties if our work is ever discovered in the game a second time. Which I think is fair enough to say. If you've poured in your own money, your own time to develop assets for your game, especially as an indie game developer and somebody who is basically releasing their project for free. So here Drake actually says, we're basically $1,000 into legal fees, right? And that was just the first day of this action. So again, if the other developer, the Venator developer, isn't actually liquid, meaning they don't have money on top right now, then if you get to the point where, you know, they're basically owing 20 grand in legal fees and $100,000 in damages, their studio basically shuts down. But the thing is, legal action, and nobody wants to be sued, okay? Nobody ever wants to be sued.
I'll end this video here, but the software industry right now is crazy because there's a weird, like, balance between the people who like actually make things and use the services versus the people who actually just want to have control over them. Now, there's a lot of people out there that go like, I paid my money, fuck you, I can do what I want. And the software industry and the software world doesn't really accept that. Initially, for the first, I think maybe 50 to 100 years of the internet being a thing, we will have to deal with this quite a bit. But especially as time goes on, software is going to become more important in the decision making or the the better software will always become more important in decision making than who owns the system. So the mindset and mentality that a lot of these guys have, and I've worked around a lot of these people, types of people who do who think that just because they paid somebody else, they have no obligation to check the work and to make sure that what they're doing is correct, and that they're just simply owed a return on their investment. Yeah, I can see that culture disappearing really quickly, because right now those two areas are very disconnected. And yes, this guy may directly be a scammer, but the I guess separation between somebody deliberately scamming and somebody not knowing what the fuck that they're doing on the internet and simply just acting like they paid for something so they own it, that's a very small gap, and it's a very blurry gap. Yeah, anyways, I don't know if that makes too much sense in terms of a rant, but it does.
So here,
I'm not going to go too much into this. Let's take a look at Twitter. Let's go on Twitter and see what crazy stuff is going on the internet. That would be terrifying. I've seen a bunch of cave divers. There's a guy actually that has a YouTube channel. Let's just check it out really quickly, so you guys can see. Cave diving. There's a channel here. Where is he? This guy right here. He actually got stuck, apparently, in a cave recently. But look at this. This is insane. He does caves like this all the time.
To more damage along the rocks. A position where he can pull his team member by his ankle.
Look at that's maybe where this guy got the
you have to decide which way you want your head to be, because once you're locked into position, it's pretty much it.
Oh, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But these guys do stuff like this. Where's Nightmare caught on camera? Is this a dock? Nah, you can reach it. Person's filming him. This is all meme post stuff. That is a very fast river. Oh my god. Or rib. I don't even know what that is. Destiny. Oh, Mr. Destiny. Choosing is a lot of heavy liftings here. What is this? Modern feminism is so let women wear what they want until Muslim women choosing to cover. Yeah, choose is doing a that's yeah. Imagine being mad that a woman isn't 98% naked all the time. Imagine being mad that some women have the right to choose whatever they want. Okay, you seen this short summary? Anyways, gonna lurk. You're using data. Hey, I'm glad you're using data. I'm so glad you came by. I appreciate it. I'm honored. Again, too, if you have anything interesting that you want to bring into stream and have us take a look at as a group. Right now, we have a small group of people in. Normally, late in the day is when my gaming community gets in here, and you guys will chat with them. You'll see them a lot in chat here and there. I got about 5 or 6 regulars that come in all the time and hang out, and we play games and stuff. So you're interested in that, definitely come by. I'll be doing other types of streaming like this too. For the game content, I won't be streaming on DLive. I will be streaming though to Twitch, just because I think that's a little more related. But thank you so much for coming out, Soldier. I won't bring that up on stream. I'll just make sure that Discord's off to the side. And yeah. Okay. I will take a look at that message later. Appreciate you coming in. Glad to see you. Bye. All right. What Destiny's pointing out here, more than anything else, is the layers of choice, right? There are some things that are trivial that are enjoyable that people don't choose because they have internal ideologies that they have to maintain for themselves. Stuff that they would enjoy that they feel like is not good for them in some way, right? The issues that people have with this kind of this framing, people like women choosing to wear something like this, is that it comes from reasoning that doesn't give the individual autonomy, and that's a really huge point on that. The reasoning for wearing the full, I guess, called hijab, is something that is like based off of the knowledge of a book of a previous thing, and that's fine. Like, I'm not saying that that's bad, but when we question whether or not someone has a choice to do something, and they're saying, well, it's because of some other external entity's story on me, we don't consider that choice. At least as far as I'm aware, Western society, but I don't even know how to say liberal society, I'll say. Not left wing. I'm going to point this out. Liberal meaning the, I don't even know what I mean by that. It's hard. Basically, some respect for the independence of somebody. Even if I was to say I don't do this because God smites me in some way, that wouldn't be me making the choice. I'm actually allowing somebody else to make the choice for me, and then I'm enacting something out of fear. So that's what's being pointed out. The bad faith arguments down below here saying, imagine a woman isn't naked 98% of the time, is not that people want somebody to be extra. Is that women who want to cover up at the beach would say something like, I'm hot, I don't want to be out naked. That's a choice. That's a real reason why you would do something like this. But the decisions why somebody would go into the water with a bikini are not because they think that some other external entity is going to smite them unless they don't do it. There's like a huge difference, a big difference between these two mindsets and ideologies, which I get really, really frustrated with people like this trying to compare those two mindsets and setups. Because to me, internal freedom is always like number one. But to a lot of other people, internal freedom isn't even a consideration. And so they consider everything else a choice around them not having freedoms, that's the point of this. Hopefully that made sense in English. It makes sense in my head, and I'm sure it makes sense out there too. I just would have to if it didn't make sense when I went over it, it makes it. There's just two different mindsets. Like most things, there's two different mindsets. Dextero, I hated running ads. Oh God, they were the worst thing. They were. I think I ran over 5 minutes every hour. Tifu blames Twitch ads partially for killing his interest in streaming. Are ads really that bad? Like, they suck. They make it hard. They make 5 minutes out of every amount of time to watch. But you are watching something for free. Yeah, hates running ads. More than happy to take money from them, though. Yeah. At least on YouTube, you get 2 ads you can skip before the video. Twitch ads have gone insane on Twitch. Ads are all... Oh, Jesus Christ. I wasn't even watching. Okay, let's just not... I can't go too deep into any freaking Twitter post. It's just porn. It's so irritating. This account is a freaking troll. I had someone harass me all game as Sombra in quick play, and I know I have a skill issue, but it was genuinely unfun to play against someone who is 10 times better than me while I was actively trying to get better. If you try hard in quick play, why lol? It is really a skill issue. It's not even a skill issue at that point, it's a skill difference. But what people want from matchmaking is retarded. I'm going to say that right now. It's absolutely like unbelievable how people want you to find somebody who is slightly better than you, but only slightly better, that they can still beat them, but they want to do it. They want it to be like with teams too that balance everything properly, and they want everybody to have a certain personality, and they want it. It's like, it's, if you want to get good, play against a better player. I don't care if you lose over and over and over and over and over again. Play against them over and over and over again. You will start to learn. And I know a lot of people will be like, a lot of people say that you don't really learn by getting your ass kicked over and over again, but you do. You really do learn. If you have a shitty internal drive, getting your ass kicked over and over again will make you quit, but that's a you issue, right? More than anything else. People want to win, and that can't be helped. The problem should be the matchmaking people play. Yeah, but that's what this is so fucking dumb. What do you think they're trying to do? Why does Blizzard permit other people to be better than me in quick play? Good. Yes. I'm just gonna quote this guy. I'm going to quote my good friend. Leonardo Pissotti. That's the way most games are. Most competitive games. Like, if you don't have skill-based matchmaking, everybody complains about games being incredibly unfun and unfair. If you do have skill-based matchmaking, everybody complains about games being incredibly unfun and unfair. What do you do? No, okay. Wait, hold on. I don't want to... let me... Twitter is becoming such a place, such a hard place. This guy, who the fuck is this guy? I've seen him a few times. I've messaged him. But what does he do? Posts about YouTube and content creation daily. Huh. 10K, 36K. Like, that's quite a bit of views. That's a good channel. But he is really all over Twitter. 1 subscription. Okay. This notification is bugging me. Lotto's War. We're back. It's over. We're back. It's over. Was this Overwatch stuff? I think could be the "we're back" meme. You know exactly what is this for. One Piece adjustable head mount mobile. First person. Keemstar. Hassan Piker over the last 30 days. 1. Was kicked off his podcast. 2. Got exposed for spreading fake news and getting mainstream news stories completely wrong. 3. Lost a debate he begged for against a drama YouTuber. 4. Defended Pokemon's overpriced cookies and got bodied for it. I'm sure Hassan's going to take a lot of L's over the next few years especially. He's Hassan's biggest name. I'm scared to go further, but yeah, we'll like it anyways. We'll get in on this drama. Might as well. Hey, Ben, how you doing, man? How has your day been? What have you been up to? I should play some music, too. We'll listen to something while we're doing this. Is this? I don't know if this is copyright free. You've been working stuff all day. What have you been working on, my man? What's the projects today? What have you been up to? School events. Oh, cool. Like like back in my day at school, we had like games days and stuff. Is that what you're talking about, or is it you may be coding a laser tag plugin? Oh, damn. You're gonna be I don't know, you're gonna be building colonies on the moon, aren't you, Ben, one day? I feel like it. Have you no, I'm just joking. I'm bugging you. You always have big ambitions, man. You're always doing big stuff. School events, and then now you're working on the plugin and anything else. Like, have you looked too much into like Minecraft plugin? I have not, actually. I'll be honest. I've gone in and modified some stuff. But make Minecraft plugin.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to my Spigot series. In this episode, I'm going to give you an introduction to what you're going to be learning and expecting in this new series.
This is a huge series, but we can take a
All
quick
right,
peek
so
at the
this
start.
is called the Spigot MC Plugin Dev Tutorial, Development Tutorial. In this series, you're going to be learning how to make Spigot plugins or just Minecraft plugins using the Spigot library.
Technovision tutorials.
And you're going to be
something you should be able to do when you get really good at programming or setting anything up, any type of system up, is to be able to like watch any tutorial and pull different things from it, because every single tutorial has different ways. Every single person has ways of building different setups. I put a little spoon. I have a box of grandparent stuff. I'm just kind of twiddling with it. Yeah. Here, one sec. There's different things you can get from them.
You're going to be able to do many things, which I'll explain in a second. So some interesting stats before we begin. Obviously, this video has come before most of the episodes. I'm just recording this way later. So I'm just going to give you some interesting stats so far from what we have so far. So as of May 30th, 2021 or 29th, we have 199,659 views in the series totally. We have hundreds of people who learn to make MC plugins. So yeah, I get DM'd all the time, or when I'm streaming, people say, "Hey, you helped me. Now I'm making
why is
plugins.
he telling
and
me?
I'm
I don't
selling
care.
plugins for people." So what you will learn in this series is the basics, like commands and events, how to do, slash commands like slash
this
kill
whole thing
or
is
stuff
unneeded.
like that. And also in our Discord.
What I will learn? Tell me. No, why don't you let me learn it first, and then we'll look at this
server. Spigot library to make MC plugins.
So
first of all,
Java,
this is the most important
Minecraft,
thing. You need to be
server,
proficient
Java
in the Java
IDE.
language. If you're not, then I will
the
recommend
introduction
a
vid.
series
Yeah, but
top IDE for Java, okay? All right, so how do you get help in this series whenever you need it? So first of all, get involved in the community. We have a Discord server.
Yeah, so a good introduction video like this, Ben, structures everything together. It goes, we're going to be looking at how... it's prerequisites. It's going to be things like, we'll be working in this programming environment. We'll be interacting with this specific system. We will be loading this type of code and building out the plugin in modules. Here's the 4 different modules that we'll be structuring. This is just like, I want to, I know I'm on like,
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to another episode. In this episode, I'm going to show you how to create a Spigot Minecraft server on the... And as you can see, mine says Java version 16.
Plugin development. I just want to take a peek at
Spigot, paper, sponge, forge, fabric, light loader, etc.
What are we using?
Install that, go ahead and create a new project. So click new project.
Idea.
And you have all these options here. Java is the default option, but since you just installed the Minecraft plugin, you can go down here to Minecraft now, and you have all these options here for boilerplate templates and any of these libraries you can use. So bucket, spigot, paper, sponge, forge, fabric, light loader, etc. So we're going to work on spigot. If you don't know, you should know this maybe, but spigot is a fork of bucket. So it's basically bucket with better features, and it's more optimized and all that stuff.
Yeah, I was just taking a peek at the IDEs.
Simpson.myfirstplugin package. We have a myfirstplugin. Bye. Simpson.myfirstplugin.my here. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't even need them. But I'm just saying.
Ben, do you want a Midjourney code? A Midjourney, what's it called? Like 1 month trial code for AI art.
Every plugin will have them usually.
You would not use
at least
it?
The on enable. You don't actually ever need. You don't usually need the on disable. I mean, sometimes you do, obviously, for different things, but
yeah, it's kind of lame. Let's watch. Let's go. Let's Philip DeFranco this.
Today, we're talking about this absolutely unhinged Young Thug trial, and you need to watch this even if you are unfamiliar. It is wild, and the impact it could have is huge and unexpected. Also, Sports Illustrated got caught writing articles by AI writers. Taylor Swift dominations continued. We're talking about all that and so much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so just make sure you hit that like button, otherwise we'll punch you in the throat, and let's jump into it. Starting with, let's talk about Young Thug's criminal trial and this whole situation, because even if you're unfamiliar with him, it is a wild ride. Right, so if you don't know him, he's 32-year-old Jeffrey Williams, more commonly known as Young Thug. And he is a legendary Atlanta rapper who launched himself from a life of poverty into one of massive stardom over a decade, earning 3 #1 albums on the Billboard chart, collaborating with the likes of Drake, Future, Kanye West, and Travis Scott. But last year, his blossoming career was suddenly cut short, with a grand jury indicting him and many other defendants on charges of criminal racketeering, gang conspiracy, and several gun charges. And this because, according to prosecutors, Young Thug spearheaded a violent street gang known as YSL, or Young Slime Life, which they say is a local subset of the Bloods. And allegedly, he ordered and oversaw crimes including murder, attempted murder, armed robbery, witness intimidation, and drug dealing. But Young Thug has pled not guilty to all of the charges alongside 5 other co-defendants. And this notably with them being the only holdouts after the initial pool of 27 co-defendants got whittled down by guilty pleas and severed cases. Now, in his defense, Young Thug claims that YSL is merely his record label, Young Stoner Life Records, with it using a gangster image in its music and videos because of tough life circumstances and because that's just what sells. His lawyer is also arguing that he was just too busy filming music videos, performing concerts, and earning money to actually lead a street gang. But there, even if he didn't commit the crimes himself, prosecutors argue that the gang members did them in service of Young Thug and did so with his approval. Or like in one incident, YSL members allegedly shot at Lil Wayne's tour bus while he was in town just to assert their dominance.
Jesus Christ. They're actually shooting at people? Are you kidding me?
Other YSL members allegedly asked Young Thug for approval to stab rival YFN Lucci in jail. But really, at the trial's heart is the 2015 drive-by shooting of Donovan Thomas Jr., known as Nut or Big Nut. Because as well as having ties to artists like YFN Lucci and Rich Homie Quan, Thomas was allegedly a high-ranking member of another blood subset known as the Englewood family. And his death sparked a gang war that prosecutors say led to more than 50 violent encounters. Ben, and these prosecutors claim that Young Thug helped arrange the killing.
Well, of course, like, people are surprised when guys who talk about being gangster, like there's this whole thing in gangster rap where people are like, oh, this guy's a fake gangster. And then when they're gangsters and they get charged for crimes, people are like, oh, they're innocent. I'm like, but you said the only reason why they're gangster rappers because they're actually gangster. And then to be a gangster, oh, my camera just reset. And then to be a be a gangster is doing illegal things, and then I don't know. Oh, my camera's crashing out here. We might have to just restart the camera,
renting the car that was used in the drive-by, and then gave the shooters cash and directions.
Don't get me wrong.
And part of the reason we're talking about this today is that the trial has finally begun. And apparently, one of the reasons it took so long to get to this point is that this is expected to last several months, so few jurors were actually willing to sit through it. But then also, things were delayed by a series of very weird shenanigans, let's call it. Like, for example, a court deputy was arrested for an alleged romantic relationship with a defendant, or one of Young Thug's co-defendants apparently passed him a contraband baggie of Percocet pills in the courtroom on camera right in front of bailiffs. Then another defendant was allegedly found to have marijuana hidden in a second pair of underwear. One of the defense lawyers was also arrested for possession of more prescription drugs. And then he tried to toss his phone to another defense attorney so it wouldn't be subject to a search in jail, but he missed and hit a deputy instead. And that also landing him another charge for assaulting an officer, though that was later dropped. Also, if you thought I was done, I'm not. A potential juror was sentenced to 3 days in jail for filming the court proceedings on her cell phone. The judge also ordered a potential juror who didn't show up for a court appearance to write a 30-page essay as punishment. He also ordered a tardy lawyer to buy everyone lunch from a nearby strip club. And so after 567 days of just absolute nonsense like that, the jury was selected and the trial finally kicked off on Monday, with a panel of 12 jurors reportedly including 7 black women, 2 black men, 2 white women, and 1 white man. And if he's convicted on all charges, Young Thug could face up to 120 years in prison. So the stakes here extremely high, and already we're seeing the trials off to a rocky start, with the defense complaining that the prosecutors had wrongly shifted the burden of proof in their opening statement, making it seem like the defendants would have to prove their innocence. Then you had the defense accusing prosecutors of showing the jury evidence that was banned from the case, with Young Thug's lawyer asking the judge for a mistrial request that was ultimately denied, though the judge did reprimand the prosecutors. Also, we should get to the actual arguments of the case, because a huge sticking point in this trial is the use of YSL's rap lyrics as evidence, or because the label's music often contains references to drugs and describes acts of violence and other criminal activity that prosecutors argue is connected to real events. For example, Young Thug's song Slime Shit talks about 100 rounds in Tahoe, a line that supposedly refers to Donovan's killing in a Chevy Tahoe. But there you had Young Thug's lawyer arguing that he rapped about various cars often, and there was no evidence of when that lyric was even created. But also, notably there, it wasn't just the lawyers, but many people in the music industry, fans, and activists who have criticized the use of song lyrics in this way. And they're arguing that it's not just a violation of the artist's First Amendment rights, but specifically an attack on black culture. With the CEO of Warner Music's 300 Entertainment, which YSL is an imprint of, telling reporters outside the courthouse, if this were country music, rock music, we wouldn't be here. And Young Thug's defense lawyer arguing, yes, he speaks about killing 12, Atlanta slang for the police, and people being shot, and drugs, and drive-by shootings. This is the environment he grew up in. These are the people he knew. These are the stories he knew. These are the words that he rhymed. But there you have prosecutors arguing that the lyrics are more comparable to a killer's manifesto than a piece of art, because they say YSL was more than just a record label. It was a gang. With the deputy district attorney saying, we didn't chase the lyrics to solve the murder. We chased the murder and found the lyrics. And there, apparently the judge agreed, because he allowed 17 sets of lines from Young Thug and other YSL artists to be used as evidence. And while these arguments
that's really important, I've heard this argument from people that I know, and they're like, you can't use rap lyrics to convict somebody. But that's not the point. Like, I could write a fantasy novel or a nonfiction novel about going out and murdering someone. That's not an issue. Like, I'm totally allowed to do that. There's no issue with me doing that. But if I write that novel and then I'm involved in a case where someone gets killed, people read that novel, they're going to be a little questioning, like, okay, what's going on there, right? What if this is on your mind and you're associated to things that are close to the actions, then what, like, there's a theory, and I'm going to say this kind of over and over again. You guys will hear me say it quite a bit. Like, there's only so many things that your brain can create. And so when you pick a topic and then you're also related to other things on that topic, that's like what your brain is doing, right? That's the environment that your brain is creating around you. And so a lot of people will try and disassociate two things. They'll be like, well, you know, I like people that are compulsive liars, they will flat out, they'll do small little white lies, and then they'll do big lies, and then you catch them in a bunch of white lies, and then you catch them in a big lie, and they go, I don't lie. And you go, well, what about the small lie? Like, that's nothing to do with it. I just, like, you know, everybody kind of does small white lies. And then it's like, but those things are related, right? Like, the way that you're, like, if you talk about violence a lot, and you talk about doing illegal things to people, and then you're associated with illegal things, you can't just go, oh, those things are separate, because there are people out there who live entire lives who just never deal with illegal things ever, right? And they don't think about it. Like, the stuff that comes out of them at one point in time is never ever going to be something violent, Oh, we just got disconnected. Did my internet go down? My stream full disconnected. 1 second, guys. Ooh. Are we still live on YouTube? We are still live on YouTube. It is Twitch that died. Or restart. All right, we're back. The Twitch stream died on me. We are here.
More serious, a lot of people online have fixated on kind of the almost comical moments. Like when you had the defense explaining that thug and young thug doesn't have any criminal connotations, but rather it's an acronym, THUG.
It was his path that he could ever make it as a musical artist and help his family, himself, and as many others out of this endless cycle of hopelessness. He would be truly humble under God. That's what thug means.
We're discussing an Instagram photo in which Young Thug appears to be holding up a Bloods gang sign, making the letter B with his hand. The defense there countering that his fingers are actually pointed downwards, so it's not a B, but a P, which they say refers to one of his songs, Pushin' P, and supposedly that doesn't mean pushing power or drugs, as many presume, but rather...
It's called Pushing P, and it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity.
Then in another viral clip, a defense attorney goes on a bizarre tangent about anime, with her there seemingly trying to make an analogy to her client, who she says is just being lumped into the trial with Young Thug as filler.
This reminds me of this anime named Bleach, where it's 16 seasons. Every season's 18 to 20 episodes.
We're referencing anime
and
now?
They have season 4 and 5. They have these bouts. They're the villains of the whole thing. In season 4 and season 5. The main characters are trying to get them out of Soul Society.
Oh, but that's hearing someone talk about Bleach in a setting like that was absolutely hilarious. It's baffling, and hearing her refer to terms that don't make sense to anyone who hasn't seen it just makes it so astounding. Yeah.
You go to season 6, you don't hear about the bounce. You go to season 7, you don't hear about the bounce. Why don't you hear about these important characters? Because they're filler characters. It's a filler season. Me and Redalius, we're fillers. We're not integral to this story.
And all of this, keep in mind, while we are only on day 3 of this trial, with many more months ahead. And I forgot one of the weirdest things about the situation. This Young Thug case could actually have implications for the Georgia trial of Donald Trump. Because as it turns out, the Fulton County District Attorney prosecuting Young Thug, Fonnie Willis, is the same person going after Trump for attempting to overthrow the state's election results. And not only that, she's charging both men under the RICO statute, originally designed to dismantle organized crime groups like the mafia. Because notably, the law carries a looser standard of proof, since the state doesn't have to prove that they knew about or ordered all of the crimes, only that they were the head of an enterprise that carried them out. So the trial of Young Thug could actually serve as a test case for the DA's creative use of the RICO statute, and that may actually affect who is the next president of the United States. So, yeah, wild times. And then some people are going after this kid right now, Holden Armenta. And depending on where you go online right now, there are drastically different reactions to the situation. You got people divided. And it's all centered around Armenta attending the Chiefs game in Las Vegas over the weekend. And it's because during that game, a photo was taken of Holden showing the side of his face painted black.
This is terrible. This person, this poor kid, he probably got like death threats.
The headdress that he was wearing. And you had a reporter from Deadspin reporting on it and writing a story with the headline, "The NFL needs to speak out against the Kansas City Chiefs fan in blackface native headdress." And in the article, the reporter Karen Phillips said, "It takes a lot to disrespect two groups of people at once." But on Sunday afternoon in Las Vegas, a Kansas City Chiefs fan found a way to hate black people and the Native Americans at the same time. And while you had people reacting with shock and disgust, you also had a lot of people quick to share photos of Holden's entire face, showing that the other half was actually painted red and pushing back against Phillips. Though there, Phillips defended his piece, saying in a since deleted tweet. For the idiots in my mentions who are treating this as some harmless act because the other side of his face was painted red, I could make the argument that it makes it even worse. Y'all are the ones that hate Mexicans but wear sombreros on Cinco. You know, with that, others saying the red paint on his face isn't great either. But at the same time, we've seen many people jumping to Holden's defense. Some saying he's just a kid, and one responding to Philip saying, this man ruins the life of some poor kid for the crime of wearing face paint at a football game, and he really thinks he's the good guy. And then this whole situation also prompting Holden's mother, Shannon Armenta, to share a post on Facebook saying that Holden is Native American himself. And with that, there have also been reports that his grandfather actually sits on the board of the Chumash tribe in Santa Ynez, California, though reportedly when Heavy asked his parents to confirm that, Heavy said they declined to answer, saying instead they wanted to talk to their lawyer first. You know, with seeing the whole situation, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts on this mess? And then, in the least surprising entertainment news of 2023, Taylor Swift has once again dominated the competition. But that's just one thing we learned this morning from Spotify Wrapped. You know, that time of the year where Spotify goes, hey, let's look in the mirror. Let's confront your listening habits. Maybe you learn something about yourselves. Maybe you get humiliated. Maybe you realize you're a basic bitch and you like what the rest of the world likes, which apparently for some reason is a bad thing. Oh, you like that immensely popular thing? How?
Ben, you don't get out people getting offended for others. It's about social credit points. Okay, you'll see this as you get older, man. I'm disappointed by it in the world. The vast majority of people, and even yourself, your own internal structure, when you socially deal with other people out in the world, you will want to appease that group of people. And if that group of people is giving you value, it's you're like the fiber of human existence, okay, which is a big statement. The fiber of human existence is socializing, right? Is having good stature with the people around you. Because in history, if your group didn't like you, you died. They kicked you out, that was it. There was nothing. Oh my god, 1 second. Go away. Yeah. And so what happens is you get groups of people that get validation from their internal group so let's say you do have a group of people and one person gets offended by something, their friend will get offended for them. They'll be happy, be like, oh, thank you for looking out for me. And they don't have to think about the rest of the world when they try and go after that person, right? It takes a lot to be somebody that has nobody to back you up and to say, I was offended. This pisses me off. And when you say something like that, people will come back at you. They'll fight you. They'll be like, you're an idiot. Doesn't matter what you can just be like, I don't like this thing. God, I need to. If we're just gonna do this, you can go. I don't know what to do. I just need another haircut soon. It also just sticks up. It's like just a little bit too long. I like to do it as a ponytail. Okay. Anyways, sorry. If you say you get offended by something, even if it's something that actually, like, in reality, if you look at it from a totally objective point of view, people will say, yeah, no shit, you should be offended. The people around you that you are going, hey, you got to stop, will come at you. They will come at you like crazy, right? So there's lots of groups of people online. You magnify that by 100,000 people. And now, just by saying, like, you're a mean person to the right person, you can build a whole career. You can literally, if you say it the right time, in the right place, on the right spot of the internet, you can make an entire career off of being offended for other people, right? Keep in mind, Twitter, people get paid based on their interactions. There is a way for you to make money on Twitter. So
weird. It's like shaming people for liking vanilla ice cream. What we saw this year is that vanilla ice cream got 26 billion streams. Or, you know, that's not fair. Taylor Swift's not vanilla ice cream. She's done so many different things. She's more of like a Neapolitan, right? Or the ice cream you get at the supermarket that is like, hey, we got 3 flavors. And then you normally just kind of gravitate towards only 1 or 2. But also, Taylor was followed by a ton of big names, including Bad Bunny, The Weeknd, Drake, and more. Also, as far as top global songs, we saw a bit of a mix, right? You had Flowers by Miley Cyrus leading the charge, followed by SZA's Kill Bill, Bill, and then As It Was by Harry Styles. Then top albums going to Bad Bunny, SZA, and Taylor Swift, who actually landed 2 albums in the top 10. And then looking at the podcast charts, I mean, those look like you'd expect. For the 4th year in a row, Joe Rogan took the #1 spot, with Rogan followed by Caller Daddy, Huberman Lab, and Anything Goes with Emma Chamberlain. Spotify there also patting itself on the back, noting that 8 of the top 25 podcasts are owned and licensed by Spotify itself. Notably, in the podcast charts, Taylor Swift's influence was also somewhat there, with Travis Kelce's podcast being the #1 sports podcast globally this year. Though to give the boys some credit there, that had been spiking for a while. It just reached a whole different level after that whole big announcement. There were also some kind of like weird stats that came through. Like in May, searches for pickleball-related playlist went up 1,600% as the craze took off. The what is actually a part of a pickleball-related playlist, that is a mystery to me. Though unsurprisingly, because of TikTok trends, there was that whole Roman Empire phase in September, which led to a 580% increase in searches related to the Roman Empire. 75% of the playlist there created by men, which I think does raise the question, is that like a chicken or the egg sort of situation? Because that trend was usually women asking their boyfriend or their husband, like, how many times a day do you think about the Roman Empire? And seemingly from the search increase, there were a number of men that were like, I never think about the Roman Empire. Am I supposed to? Shit, I got some catching up to do. But I will say for me, I did not jump on board the Roman Empire train. Instead, I did that, the classics. I got randomly into World War II history, plowed through the largest book I've ever listened to, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, which I know for some, a guy getting into World War II, red flag. Though possibly my bigger red flag is that I couldn't celebrate Spotify Wrapped this year. Instead, I got to look through my Apple Replay 2023. And then, the holidays are here, and that could be like the busiest time of year for a lot of us. Not to mention, possibly the yummiest. But this year, I've got the confidence to stay on possible. Right, and then, people are pissed at Sports Illustrated right now because they appear to have been caught red-handed in the AI cookie jar. Staff reportedly furious. Yesterday, Sports Illustrated also having an all-hands meeting that was described as contentious and tense by staff members. And so you had staff demanding answers, executives dodging responsibility, the usual things that happen when scandal strikes a company. And as far as like what the specifics of this are, Sports Illustrated published articles that supposedly were written by writers that didn't actually exist. Or because this week, a piece was published by Futurism in which they report that consumer product reviews published in Sports Illustrated were, at the very least, bylined by AI-generated authors, and pointing to several authors that outside of Sports Illustrated just don't seem to exist anywhere. In fact, the headshots from the biographies of the authors in question are even available for purchase on a site that sells AI.
I was going to say, it's not too big of an issue if we have AI-generated articles, as long as the articles are fully reviewed and checked and they have like at least like 5 or 6 eyes on it before the article goes out. They are pretending that they have like actual writers making up AI-generated images for them.
Generated photos. Hell, sometimes AI-generated authors would reportedly disappear from the site altogether, only to be replaced by another, with even the post supposedly written by one being attributed to another with no explanation about the byline change. And then when Futurism questioned the publisher of Sports Illustrated, the Arena Group, all of the AI-generated authors just disappeared from the magazine site with no explanation, and Sports Illustrated withdrew the stories in question. And following Futurism publishing their report, an Arena Group spokesperson provided a statement saying that the content in question was from a third party, Advon Commerce. And they're adding that their initial investigation found that the content was written by real people, but Advon used pseudonyms and pen names to, quote, protect author privacy, which Arena Group says they do not condone. Right, so they're saying that Advon created a fake author, gave them a fake name, a fake biography, used AI to generate a headshot for them, but definitely, for sure, used content written by real people. And that is a story that Sports Illustrated and the Arena Group are sticking to. The top executives, Ross Levinson, saying in an email sent to staff regarding the situation, the articles in question were product reviews and were licensed content from an external third-party company. Advon assured us that all of the articles in question were written and edited by humans. However, you have sources telling Futurism that's just a big old pile of bullshit. I mean, at the very least, some of the content is absolutely AI generated, no matter what those in charge say. But also, with this, Sports Illustrated executives told their staff in the all-hands meeting yesterday that this was a one-time mistake with Advon, with whom they said they've already broken off their relationship. But many staffers reportedly were still dissatisfied, saying that the executives were just passing the blame off to this third party.
Earlier in the stream too, how like companies, they'll pay for stuff and then they don't think they have any responsibility to vet what they've paid for. And this is an excellent example of that.
Rather than taking any accountability whatsoever. And so following Futurism's report, we actually saw the Sports Illustrated Union putting out a statement saying, if true, these practices violate everything we believe in about journalism. We deplore being associated with something so disrespectful to our readers. We demand answers and transparency from Arena Group management about what exactly has been published under the SI name. We demand that the company commit to adhering to basic journalistic standards, including not publishing computer-written stories by fake people. And we've also seen many individual writers expressing their displeasure. One staffer saying, along with basic principles of honesty, trust, journalistic logic, ethics, etc., I take seriously the weight of a Sports Illustrated byline. It meant something to me long before I ever dreamed of working here. This report was horrifying to read. And another writer and editor shared the union statement saying, the practices described in the story published today do real damage to the credibility of hardworking humans I've been honored to work with for the past 9 years. And notably, this wouldn't be the first time that an Arena Group publication has been caught using AI poorly. For example, back in February, Men's Health published an AI-generated article giving health advice that was found to be chock full of errors and needed a massive correction. But ultimately, that's a situation, and call me a cynic, but I think that the situation is only going to grow and grow, right? Because when you give companies the ability to
now, here's what's going to happen. Okay, we got to pull up the Paint 3D just for a second. There's actually going to be a reversal. So right now, let's take the quality. Let's take the let's take this as time. Okay. Right now, there's going to be a phase where the quality of articles that people put out are... Actually, let's do it this way. Right now, quality of articles are high because most articles are curated. Okay, in general. That's kind of the way we put it. As AI gets introduced, that quality will drop significantly because people will stop checking and they'll use AI to check AI to check AI to check AI. And it'll get worse and worse and worse. So we're going to see the average application of AI make the quality of the average article go down, or even so the quality of the average piece of media go down. But there will be a phase where the quality drops low that people start immediately checking it. So the average person, let's just say the baseline quality of someone not noticing AI is like right here. Okay. Once this drops below that threshold of people noticing, then people will start to correct and fix the AI. And it'll start to bend its way up, right? Once we get past this phase, and I think we're right here right now with AI, we're going to start to see AI take off. And it'll go to a higher quality of content. We may see a dip again as people start to rely on it too much without checking it. And as people get better and better, the amount of checks are going to raise this bar right here. This bar will come up because the tools people can use to check get easier and easier to use. And then the quality will start to dip again, dip below that threshold, people notice it, and we're going to see an increase in quality, hopefully overall, with a pretty consistent growth of how good AI content is. And eventually it's going to be better than what the best human. So let's just say the best human article is going to be like right here. Right? Once it reaches that point where it's better than the best, we're going to rely on it too much, then it'll drop because it'll not, we're just going to rely on it too much. It'll get worse than than the best. We'll have to check it again and then push it past that point. So we have to be really, really careful with that. There will be like a push and pull.
Corners and try to save, especially while at the same time being able to scale your content, getting it out to more people. A lot of companies are going to jump on that bandwagon, but the long-term effect is going to be very interesting, right? Because there is another cost, and that is the possible cost of public opinion, and that is a possible cost of trust. And it can take a lifetime to build a brand and a reputation and just a moment to ruin it, which is made all the worse when you consider that a lot of these big companies are filled with people that don't want some of these changes that are happening. And that,
like, just to point out too, and actually we'll do this really quickly. Hey, Howell, how you doing today? Welcome in, welcome in. We're watching some Philip DeFranco. I'm going to pause for a second because I did want to do this. We're going to open up Runway ML. You got back from surgery. What surgery, man? What's broken? What's busted? If I go to pictures, oh no, we should go to Dolly. This one. We'll pop that in there. So keep in mind, I want to show you guys the image that I'm using for one of the backgrounds of the Overwatch streams. Is this image right here? And if you look closely, hand surgery. Oh, yeah. You're still going through that. Damn, man. Do you know it's all going to be healed? You can't game for a week? Damn it, man. That sucks. I guess you can't even control her or anything with that. That's frustrating. But if you look at like basic AI right now, you can notice the sloppy details. Okay. There's simple things, but even then, like the circles aren't full circles. What I am going to do here is add some context. Armor standing still, scientists researching. 3 weeks. Oh, really? Okay, that's not bad then. But it won't be a full recovery. So I fell off my bike last year and I tore something in here, and I still have my cast or my things sitting around somewhere. I still don't have the full strength in my hand back. But you're young too, so it'll grow quick, but still it's yeah. Scientists researching what else can we put in this image? That'll be fine for now. Generate 4 seconds. We'll try this out and see what comes out. Anyways, we'll come back to watching this.
We need to talk about your privacy right now, because senators are actually moving to renew controversial foreign spy powers that have a major impact on Americans. Because the surveillance program in question is Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA. And under Section 702, government intelligence agencies are given the power to conduct targeted surveillance of foreign people outside the U.S. through the collection of emails, text messages, and other communications. With those communications compiled into a database that intelligence agencies are able to search without a warrant, and officials say that the data they have gathered has been used for important national security operations, including stopping foreign plots to kill Americans in the U.S., preventing cyber attacks, and recovering ransom paid in ransomware attacks. And with all this, a senior administration official actually told the Washington Post that, quote, roughly 2/3 of the articles in the president's daily brief come from 702 information. But this is Section 702 has long faced widespread criticism from civil liberty advocates and privacy hawks because it allows the surveillance of foreign targets who are communicating with people in the U.S. And so as a result, intelligence agencies are able to search this database for evidence on Americans, including people in the U.S. legally and American companies. And they can use that evidence in criminal investigations. And all, key thing, without ever obtaining a warrant. So with this, you have opponents arguing that agencies like the FBI will use these backdoor searches to collect evidence in domestic crimes that have absolutely nothing to do with national security or foreign threats. And in fact, we have evidence of the FBI doing just that, with court documents unsealed earlier this year revealing that the agency misused the Section 702 database more than 278,000 times just between 2020 and early 2020.
Look at this. Look at this AI video. Not perfect. I think I need to slow the movement down a little bit. Like, stuff is really warping here. That is so weird. Okay.
2021, and that including against victims of crimes and people arrested during the George Floyd protests. Now, with that, the FBI says that they have since resolved all those abuses, chalking them up to, just silly misunderstandings between agency employees and DOJ lawyers over how to use the database. But, words are words, and that still hasn't stopped concerns from many people across the political spectrum, all of which has made the reauthorization of 702 a much more difficult political battle. And notably here, the bill to renew Section 702, which was introduced by the Democratic chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee and sponsored by 2 Republicans, does seek to address some of those concerns. For example, the legislation would ban the FBI from searching the database for evidence of a crime. Though there are exceptions for searches that can prevent loss of life, serious bodily injury, or a cyber attack on key infrastructure. But still, and this is the key thing here, it would not require intelligence agencies to obtain a warrant to search the database, which would obviously be a major win for those agencies. And they've argued that being required to get a warrant would muck up the works and slow them down too much. But this is you as civil liberty groups saying, we need the warrants and everything like that in place to protect Americans. And so they've actually condemned the bill for not going far enough to address their concerns. And this including the senior policy counsel at the ACLU, who told the Post, the plan isn't much of a reform because the vast majority of the backdoor searches that do occur are done for foreign intelligence purposes. Pretty much all the stories of abuse we've seen were for queries done from foreign intelligence purposes. And adding that the bill, quote, makes mostly cosmetic changes and doesn't actually get the underlying problems we've seen with Section 702. And then actually beyond that, you have other critics arguing that the bill actually expands Section 702 surveillance in certain ways, like by letting search subjects consent to search.
The way private information is obviously really important, but what information and where it is and how it's used is also, like, it's weird. We need a lot of information to be public, and it should be public. Like, there's some stuff that I think absolutely, like, for example, body cam footage. But body cam footage in private areas and private zones are a little bit more risky. So I think there should be some level of like what is considered live data and what isn't, and like it's such a hard. I think what I think doesn't matter actually, which is in the long run, at least for what's going on here. But this is a really hard one. I really don't know the answer at all. I shouldn't have paused to say absolutely nothing.
If this is renewed, it would be renewed through 2035, which is twice as long as past reauthorizations. But then also, notably, in addition to the opposition from civil liberty advocates, it also faces an uphill battle in the House. And that's largely because it's currently unclear how this will be received by Republican Representative Gymnasium Jordan. He chairs a key House committee that oversees reauthorization. And Jordan's actually a major privacy hawk and has previously suggested that Congress take the FBI out of the Section 702 process completely and indicated that he supports imposing warrant requirements. Requirements that very significantly the Biden administration has said it can't accept. And this is the right-wing House Freedom Caucus and other far-right members have signaled they will fight over any kind of FISA overhaul, especially if it relates to changing Section 702. And so I guess, long story short, it's all a mess. You have people who are often opposed on certain things, agreeing in this way, but also sometimes for different reasons. And right now, no one really knows how this is going to play out. And then let's talk about yesterday today, of course, because we did yesterday's show. We covered a lot of news, and I think it's important we dive into those comments and see what y'all had to say. Yesterday, I saw y'all sounded off on things like the Tuberville weak military controversy, sharing comments like, I'm an infantry veteran, U.S. Army, so I would like to speak on the subject of a, quote, weak military. I want everyone to understand we are not weak because of LGBTQ plus warriors. We have fallen behind, though, saying our senior leaders are constantly caught in lies and scandals, hypocrisy, so they cannot be trusted to lead our forces. The DoD/Pentagon is mismanaging money, which has significantly affected, at least from an infantry standpoint, our ability to seize and control terrain. Our vehicles break down on the way to the range, for example. We have a massive equipment problem and a mental health crisis, but saying despite these problems, we are intelligent and come up with workarounds. And with that, you had people also responding, and then you've got these soldiers living in squalor like Phil reported last month, with inspectors passing places that are totally unfit for humans to live in. Soldiers shouldn't have to deal with mold in their homes, especially in the U.S. Also, a bunch of you yesterday were having a conversation around the IOC controversy and scandal with lacrosse, sharing comments like, as a native Canadian woman,
our soldiers are being treated like animals. Even here in Canada, like, I'd be tempted to join the military if the military like looked like it took care of people, but instead it looks like it's a place where they treat people like shit, and the survivors come out and they pool whatever money that would have gone to everyone to, I guess not really, because families get paid out and everything, but it's not really it's not a life you choose if you want a good life, it seems. If it was clean and nice and comfortable and then there was like really, really hard training and you felt like a respected human being, at least from what I've seen, I'd be considering it. I'm probably too old now, but either way, it's just from what I've seen.
From the Wendat Nation, Iroquoian tribe. I'm hella proud of our sport. My cousin has an amazing business making lacrosse equipment by hand, and saying he credits lacrosse for helping him achieve sobriety and stay sober since he started playing, and adding the sport is so important to us, as is hockey. Both sports were played by our tribe, and in fact, women were the only ones allowed to play when it came to conflict resolution. So saying, I personally suck at both sports. I'm an archer and former solo figure skater. I'm too anxious to play team sports, but I do love watching the sports and watching the young ones get really into it. But easily one of the biggest reactions were a lot of people going like, I had no idea regarding the history of lacrosse, which, yeah, I agree. People saying, I've always thought of lacrosse as the rich private school kid's sport. I have never heard of the Native American roots of the game, which makes me really sad as one of my good childhood friends was Native. And saying I really got an appreciation of their culture, and the way it's so commonly swept under the rug, even in 2023, is a bit mind-blowing. There was also a lot of conversation around the issues with Amazon and USPS. People saying the fact that we have not improved our mailing service since the introduction of the highway system is a major contributing factor. I hate what Congress has done to USPS. At one point, USPS was going to be the service of the people by extending their service to offer things like email, banking, and other essential services that most businesses fail to offer in rural communities. When you tell me Amazon is harming rural communities because of Congress, the Congress. Of course, this has been happening for decades now. Amazon just accelerated the problem. And another writing, as someone whose mother works in the USPS, hearing about the Amazon story connects so many dots. I can't count how many times I've spoken with my mom about work where she would finish her work in time but be forced to go back out and help her coworkers. It was always, quote, this route isn't finished, or person's name wasn't moving fast enough. Sometimes it would mean an extra hour, sometimes it meant 4 to 5. And it doesn't matter the conditions either, 100 degrees and humid, a literal blizzard. It's no wonder they are so understaffed. And I will say more and more of the comments about like how people are like, I can't believe this is a thing. I didn't know about this.
It's a thing everywhere. There's this like weird work culture, and I'm not sure it's like an older generation thing. But there's this weird work culture where they expect things to be less and less managed and give it to less and less skilled people. And over time, like the quality of service degrades and everybody's stressed. It's not like you end up with people that are not fully trained on what they're supposed to be doing in terms of like modern training, modern stuff. They know how to do things how they did like years and years and years ago. But they also don't even know how to do those things properly because those weren't properly trained to them. I know this. I've like worked in many situations where like I look at my boss and I'm like, well, what training did you have on this thing? And he goes, my boss just kind of let me do this, whatever. And I'm like, well, what was that boss? And well, that boss was like a civil engineer. I'm like, well, how did this job become a job of a civil engineer? And now it's just a bunch of guys just slapping concrete around. Yeah, right. Like, and then you're just, I just don't even, I don't know. It is literally a thing everywhere. And I need to emphasize this, and I keep emphasizing it because it is really important. I don't think it's something that we're addressing as a society enough. We're just kind of letting a lot of our businesses and services fall apart. But I think it's a cultural thing, but I'm not really sure why. Like I don't really have an answer to it as much as I'm going to keep highlighting it. It's something I think is like a modern day fight.
I feel like, especially in 2024, I'm going to need to start posting more individual clips, maybe on like a different channel like PDS News Clips, to make it easier for people to find those important stories, because I know sometimes, things can get lost in a 30-minute show. But that is where today's show and your daily dive into the news is going to end. Though, for more news you need to know in day 5 of The Secret Project, I got you covered right here. You can click or tap to watch, or I got links in the description, of course. But as always, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow for more news.
All I want... Oh, maybe I can do this. I should have been doing this from the start. Paint. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. Control specific area. We're going to make her move. Him. Her. Her. And her. And proximity? What's proximity? Sure. We'll see how well this works. Anyways, what's this notification? I'll select my... Oh yeah, this one. You have to like... threaten GPT recently. This is hilarious, guys. I don't know if you've seen this before or not. But we'll look at this tweet. It's pretty funny, and I find it like really relatable. OpenAI safety GPT-4 sufficiently that has become lazy and incompetent. Convert this file too long. Write a table. Here's the first 3 lines. Read this link. Sorry, can't. Read this pie file. Oops, not allowed. So frustrating. And like, there's times we've seen this before. I have a clip of this where I'm like, make me Pokemon. It's like, I can't make Pokemon. That's not allowed. And then I go, okay, well, make me Pokemon that doesn't infringe any copyright. And it's like, absolutely, I'll do that for you. It's a really funny system. Like, there's a lot of these messages. 1 second here. Yeah, you can't let it walk all over you. So just fucking do it. Here's an artistic representative of black square accelerating as he requested. Sometimes he'll ask it something like, give me a black square accelerating. and then it'll go like, nope, can't do that, and then just fucking do it. I love it. Did I not like this one? This is beautiful. This right here is art. That is so funny. Okay, let's take a look at our new image. Oh, oh, oh. I like the motion. We can deal with the motion. If we blur this out a little bit, stick it in the background. Yeah. Yeah. We can, I wonder if I can, oh no. No. Should I? We'll do one more. See if we can zoom in a little bit and make this brush a bit smaller. Is there anything else that I can make move? What's a good... No, these are all glass speakers and everything. I could do the light on either side. We'll see if that makes them glow. Save. Okay, we'll try this out. I am slowly running out of generator. 81 seconds left. So for those who don't know really what I'm doing, this is Runway ML. There are 3 major AI tools that I think that everybody should be using if you're getting into any type of AI generation systems. One's going to be ChatGPT also, obviously. It is like the best model that I've seen so far out there. There are obviously similar ones. You can use variations of it. Google Bard is pretty smart. I haven't really messed around with that much, but one of those chatbots. ChatGPT is kind of the most reliable at the moment, even though it does change up quite a bit. The one is Midjourney, which is more of imagery. And the reason why I say ChatGPT too, people go, well, there's DALL-E. Well, DALL-E is inside ChatGPT, so you have that there. But also to Runway ML has all these really crazy tools that can really, like, this is a scene that it doesn't know much about and probably hasn't seen much of or been trained on much of. But if you give it a rainy scene, it's really good at making things look like rain. I think if we looped that, that'll look really nice. Anyways. What do we have? Core deleted tweets. Apex Legends. Is this a new event? Oh. Every Spider and Prowler camp replaced with fully functional relevant NPCs that you can run down to melee like you landed Pred dive trial. Something is coming. Ooh, look at this. This actually looks like a lot of fun. I hope it's Nessie. Please do not fight Nessie. Who's Nessie? I have not been up to date at all on the Loch Ness Monster. Nope, that's not it. 120 FPS. Did they finally fix matchmaking? That literally means nothing. Everybody always says this about every single competitive game. Did they fix matchmaking? Did they fix matchmaking? Did they fix matchmaking? I've always thought it'd be really interesting playing like a battle royale style game with NPCs that run around. I think it's kind of been done in some way. Some people may know exactly what game I'm talking about. They'll be like, oh yeah, I know that Sulack right away. It's this game. But like you know, we want an S tier game, a AAA game to come out with it. This game is 15 years old. Oh. This just makes me want to play Mirror's Edge now. This was a beautiful game.
Okay, Drake says there's been some heat on West Garland. Pope's place. I guess that's where you're headed, but be careful.
Oh, I'm getting so much nostalgia. Let's go to YouTube. Let's do this. One sec. YouTube. We do. I don't know if anybody's seen Mirror's Edge. But I played this on the PlayStation 3. Mirror's Edge trailer. 15 years ago. It's been a while. So long ago, there wasn't even an HD option. Oh, heavy nostalgia here, guys. All following is in-game footage. Whoa, the graphics! It's amazing. This is beautiful. I remember originally watching this and wondering why more games didn't get super aesthetic. Why? This is... there's a few games out there that do too great actually. But I remember this being like the dawn of soundtrack. Was Mirror just hour-long video? Yeah, no. Matt Wallace, Justin Chiefs fan are planning to wear all black. Just in Chiefs fan are all planning to wear all black. Sorry, I'm laughing too hard. I can't even read it. Chiefs fan are planning to wear all black and red face paint to the next game in a massive show to support for this boy who the media called racist. Get him. Exactly. That's some good revenge right there. That's a way to show support. Oh, Tim Pool. Jimmy Fallon just proved that no amounts of surgery or hormones will make people think you're the opposite sex. What a bigot. Tim Pool. Like, I don't even know. I guess I know why people would tweet that out. It's more of like a... I don't know. Yeah, anyways. For every 10 likes, I'll make this even more corporate. Okay. Let's... This guy has had some funny AI stuff. Rohit. For every 10 likes, I'll make this even more corporate. What the hell were you thinking, you absolute idiot? Please write this as an email in corporate speak. I hope this message finds you well. I'm writing to express my concern regarding decision-making process surrounding the recent specified issue or decision. It has come to my attention that certain aspects of the decision may not align with our standard protocol and the experience of due diligence. I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to understand the rationale behind these choices. Your insight into this matter would be invaluable in helping us to assess, potentially recalibrate our approach as needed. Thank you for the prompt attention to this matter. I look forward to your response. Oh, okay. Oh, it's gonna get... We'll keep going. He keeps going. Getting better. Oh, do I want to read all these? No, I don't. Let's take a look. Lawyer... Wait. Okay, we're gonna go through some of them. Let's take a look and start. Make it more corporate. Request for clarification on recent decision-making strategies. I trust this message finds you in good spirits. I am reaching out to seek a deeper understanding of the thought process and strategic considerations that informed the recent decision pertaining to specified issue project. Given the significance of the decision and its potential impacts, a comprehensive review seems prudent. Your insights are crucial in elucidating alignment to this decision. Okay, we'll go down. I trust this massive graces to you amidst a continuum of professional zealous and personal well-being. I'm reaching out on my capacity as your position role to solicit an in-depth exercise on the conceptual framework and multidimensional strategic contingencies that informed the recent executive decision concerning specific issue. In an era where corporate trajectory is invariably intertwined with the paradigms of innovation, foresight, and strategic ability, it has become imperative to periodically recalibrate our compass through meticulous construction and synthesis of our decisional matrices. The recent executive decision, giving its potential to create paradigmic shifts in our operational ecosystem, necessitates a comprehensive dialectic analysis, ascertain its congruence with our organizational ethos, the overarching strategic imperatives, a long-term value. Oh my God. And it just keeps going. At this point, I want to nominate GPT. In the spirit of perpetuating unwavering commitment to the zenith of corporations, holy moly. It's being yeah, unfortunately a lot of humor here is lost, being completely impossible to read. Concerning, yeah. It's like a book. We're making a book here. Every fucking email starts with, I hope this message finds you well. Yeah, I think that's a weird one of ChatGPT. Actually, that's a weird one. Now that I'm thinking about it, I hope this message finds you well is such a common thing that GPT, and it'll even like rephrase it. I trust this electronic communication is received within a context of continued professional acumen and personal equilibrium. As we perpetually navigate the complex tapestry of our corporate landscape, I find myself compelled to extend an invitation for a rigorous discourse regarding the recent high-level decisional directive pertaining to the project. In an epoch where the confluence of strategic innovation, operational foresight, and executive accruement is paramount, the necessity for an exhaustive and multifaceted understanding of our decisional framework becomes not just prudent, but quintessential. Oh my God. This is literally all just the back of, what the hell were you thinking, you absolute idiot? like that can be squished down into that, the whole email. Oh, it's so funny. GPT is absolutely hilarious. What else do we have on the internet here? Back to... Oh, I really hate these like farm spamming accounts. I just don't want to see them. I want to see people talking about stuff like declaration of memes. Go away. Block. Block. Cult of the Lamb? That's a game. It looks like we're adding sex to Cult of the Lamb. Let's eat what? Sex in, oh my. Why, guys? Why? Clever Monster. Another meme. Go away. No, go back. What am I doing? I'm screwing this up really bad, guys. First time streamer here. Like, I would like to actually follow people, which I think would be nice. Trending in Canada. Wow, I love this, guys. Don't I love being Canadian? Because all my websites, they don't tell me that I'm Canadian over and over and over again. This is great. This is really great. What's actually trending? Canada How do I get regular trends? Not Canada trending. That is the question. To get not Canada Twitter VPN. Yeah, I know, Ben. I know. This is so frustrating. No worldwide trending option. Reddit, Twitter. Posted for. There's no worldwide trends. Now I'm stuck with my shitty country trends. Yeah, I need a VPN. Okay, I think that's going to be on our list of things to get here, guys. for future streams, we will get VPNs. Because I don't give a shit what's happening in this country. I will be fully honest. We overblow so many things. Just go across the border. Exactly. I'll just drive over there, you know. Might as well. What do we got? We got Spotify. Oh, UEFA champion. I don't care. Apple Music. Corey Perry. Google. Giving Tuesday. Dubai. What's every female influencer in Dubai. Yep. Okay. Done with that. Yeah, nope. Not gonna go there. That's not a part of the internet I want to start running through. Okay, actually guys, I just had someone come home. I need a quick 5-10 minute break. You can hear too my voice is starting to get very rough and crackled and whatnot. Let me put what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw up BRB dancing GIF images where we want something. Give me a good BRB. Oh, okay. No, that never mind. That one sucks. Nope, that's not animated. I want to. Will this work? Newgrounds, BRB stream. Yeah, there we go. That's gonna be my BRB. We'll put some music on too. Just if you guys want to hang out, you have it up on your TV or your phone or something. I just need a second to go. My throat is like killing me right now. We've why is my stream? I guess it did reset a while ago, but okay. Give me a second, guys. Stand up with me. Should you do code or stretch? You gotta stretch. If you're here with me, guys, and you're hanging out, you're gonna get up and stretch. So we're gonna do a full routine. We're gonna do the fullest, the big routine. We'll do it to some lo-fi. Take it slow and hang out. Okay. So I used to do a lot of sports when I was younger. We're gonna do a full routine here, okay? An absolute full routine. Oh. See that belly? It's because I haven't been doing stretching. Alright? So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna just get swayed back and forth, get the blood flowing. We're gonna pick up our knees, okay? Just stepping back and forth. You just want to get some blood flowing first so that when you're moving around, you're not hurting yourself. Okay. We're gonna do, keep it easy. We're gonna do 10 back and forth. So it's gonna be up. 1, 2, 10. Okay, just to get those hips moving. And I don't have much space here, but I do have to get up and move anyway. So it's either we pause the stream and I go out for a little walk, because normally I can't sit in front of the computer for 10 hours at a time, or you guys join me in this. Okay, so the next one that we're gonna do here is we're just gonna arms up to your side, and then we're gonna do 1, 2. Okay, that's it. Okay, we're gonna do it 10 times, back and forth. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue. It doesn't even look too nice. But if you got back problems like I do, it feels really good. Okay. Next thing we're gonna do here is we're gonna kind of try and loosen up our shoulders a little bit and let get some blood moving. Alright. So doing that, take our arm, cross it, bring it up, pull it into our chins. Okay? What we'll do is a hold for 5 seconds, swap. Hold for 5 seconds, swap. We're going to go back and forth. Well, we'll do 3 back and forths. 1, 2, switch. 2, 4, 5. Okay, switch. 1, 2, 5. Switch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna keep going here because I can feel my back popping back, my old man back popping back into place. So we're gonna keep going. One thing you want to do is you want to try and stretch hurting anything if you're joining me, okay? Just try it a little bit. Give it a pull. I feel pulls in weird spots because of the way I've gotten fat recently and that really messes with my back. But you want to feel the full stretch. And then when a muscle kind of gives in, then you'll stretch another muscle, another muscle, another muscle. Okay, so we just kind of did a basic arm stretch. There's a whole bunch more that we can do. Well, actually, yeah, let's do it. Well, it's gonna be awkward as heck. I'm trying not to go too crazy here. Okay, but this one, put over shoulder, grab our elbow. Let's see if I can do this without showing off my stomach. You're not doing this with me right now, guys. If you're stopping by the stream and just sitting on this chair, stand up for a second. Just stand up. We're gonna do a bunch of stretches in one spot. Okay? You guys don't get to. We're gonna do this. It's my shorts. Okay? You guys can see this is what we're doing. I'm like your old gym teacher. Okay. I can see why the old guys do this. Keeps your gut from sticking out. Okay. Same thing but the other way, everybody. Okay, same thing other side. Up. Okay. Grab. Whoa. So something, if you're a bigger person, you don't really realize how much weight you hold in the front. Okay. I used to be very fit. One of the hardest things that I've had, Twitch is messing up here. The other channels. I'm gonna do a quick restart on the stream, guys. Hold on. Twitch has just totally failed me right now. What the hell? Alright, I'm back. Sorry guys, Twitch is like totally... Twitch has been really messing things up. The D-Live stream and the YouTube stream are just fine. But for some reason, the Twitch stream, man, that was choppy. That was really choppy. Okay. That seems like smooth right now. We seem smooth. We seem like we're okay. Workout stream right now. You guys know... Why is this happening? My stream is just choppy. Really, I don't know what's going on, guys. If over on Twitch is too bad, go check me out on the other channels, because those don't seem to be chopping in and out like Twitch is doing. They seem to be working just fine. So we'll give it a go. We've been working this out. We're gonna stretch out our legs just a little bit. So here's what I want you guys to do. I want you to spread your legs just a little bit. On Twitch, don't fail me now. Okay, we'll do the same thing. You spread your legs just outside of your shoulders. Okay, we'll just flip two. There we go. Hands straight up in the air. Oh. All the way to one side. All the way to another. Okay. Standing up straight. Leg. Twitch is, my internet right now is fucking killing me. I do have to kill the stream. This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. Alright, I'm sorry guys, I gotta get going here. This is miserable. Alright. Sorry everybody. As soon as the night starts, my internet just dies. Well, GG's guys, thank you so much for coming out. That's frustrating.